I'm just gonna wait a couple more seconds until ads end, and there we are. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would like to start the stream off with a single question. Have you played any good books lately? I know that we're about to. Tonight, we are continuing our playthrough of The Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind. I'll be honest with you guys, I almost didn't stream tonight. I am debilitatingly tired right now. But when I went live and I saw all of your beautiful names light up my chat here, this is why I do this. It's not... It's for no other reason than this community. And I mean that sincerely. You guys are the reason that... you guys are the reason that I do this.
Hello there.
Hello there. Banana, welcome in. I am going to welcome you all in. I hope that I don't miss anyone. I'm going to scroll back here. Shortbull, you were first. Ali, welcome in. Dragon. Avalon. Necro. Melly. B-Tech. Hope I'm not missing anyone. Mr. Ethan, welcome in. It is so absolutely amazing to see each and every one of you. Necro, enjoy your lurk. I know that you normally just get off work by the time that I am going live, so enjoy your shower. We will see you when you get back, my friend. How's everyone's week been? How's it been since Tuesday? How was Tuesday and Wednesday and all the days? Let me know how you're doing, guys. I know Ali and Shortbowl and Avalon are staying up hellaciously late. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you need sleep, please take it. I will understand. I am here as an entertainer and a pillar of community. I will always be here. That is my intention. I do not plan on shutting the doors to the channel or anything ridiculous.
Oh, I don't think I'm a lot dumber than you thought that I thought I was once.
I forgot to say it. By the way, Melly, thank you. I forgot to say it, but I found a $400 racing wheel for $100 at a garage sale. I even asked the dude if he was sure on the price. Been enjoying that. Is that like a legit race car wheel, or is that like kind of racing video game racing wheel type thing? Either way, absolutely sick. Yes, Banana, let's have fun. How are you doing, Banana? I see you very active in the Discord. Thank you for that, by the way. But how's your week going? How are the days? I see you've been very active with making art as well. That was good to see, posting in the art page. It's a controller for racing games, so you can actually drive. You can get a shifter and everything. I've been on the fence about getting one of those. So obviously the channel is focused on RPGs for the most part, story-driven games.
Neat.
Melly just like, how do I spend my channel rewards today? I've been on the fence about getting one of those. So channel is RPG, story-driven game focused, but racing games are one of my favorite types of games. For me, it goes like RPGs of any kind, first-person shooters, racing games, and then everything else after that. I've been enjoying Need for Speed Heat a lot lately. If you guys... I've only done it the one time, but I did actually enjoy it quite a bit.
Chat, is this guy serious?
He is serious. Racing games are a love of mine. You won't regret it if you did get it. I'm having fun with the force feedback. Oh, so it actually gives you, like, feedback as well. I have a G27. I race at League. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I've been I've been getting back into racing games. Need for Speed Heat is the game that I'm playing currently, and for those of you who are race game enthusiasts, I know that the Need for Speed franchise is arguably inferior. However, I've been enjoying it. I come to racing games mostly for the car customization. I'm a car guy. I build cars in my normal life. If you guys want to see my vehicles, you can go to the Top Gear channel on the Discord. I've posted most of, if not all of my vehicles on there for you to gawk at your leisure. Hey, saw your message about Siege of Avalon's former devs. I can't express my emotions about that. I feel like I'm dreaming. That was next in channel news in this particular segment of the stream. I know that a lot of you guys in the chat right now have seen this, and you've reacted to it. And it was one of the reasons that I pushed to stream today in spite of being, frankly speaking, debilitatingly exhausted. I suffer from chronic fatigue from an illness that I had as a teenager. It was mono. I did not get it the way that everybody says you get it. I believe I got it from like a public drinking fountain or something like that. Anyways, I got very, very sick. I was misdiagnosed 3 times, and I got just about as sick as you can get from having that virus. And now I suffer from bouts of debilitating chronic fatigue, like just so tired. You know that feeling when you're driving on the highway and your eyes just start to close and you really have no recourse, like you're going to fall asleep? That's been me basically all day today. Stimulants don't really help. It's just kind of something I have to stand up, get my circulatory system running, everything like that. All this to say, I'm pushing through today because I felt it was imperative to address this. So on the Discord, I posted a photo, a screenshot. The 2 of the original development team for Siege of Avalon commented on my most recent Siege of Avalon stream. This was unprompted by anyone. Nobody reached out to them. They organically found my content. And this makes me very, very emotional for a couple of different reasons. I'm gonna try not to get emotional on stream here. The main motivation for this channel is to give voice to voiceless games. And Siege of Avalon is one of the most voiceless games that I can think of. It is the namesake for this channel. It is my favorite CRPG, despite its flaws, and it has flaws, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But all that showed me that my content and my channel is having a positive effect on these games, so much so that they are organically getting noticed by the developers of the game. The devs have not been active for decades, since the year 2000. It's been 25 years since the release of Siege of Avalon. And they discovered my content and they discovered my channel and they expressed to me how important it was to them to see content of this kind getting made. It was truly a watershed moment for me as a content creator and this channel. And it affirmed to me that the efforts that I am going to with this channel and with this community are working. This channel's getting to people finally. It's been 6 months, and it's finally getting to the point now where we are reaching I guess a broader audience. I've been posting shorts like crazy. I've been posting on YouTube every stream. I've actually been filming long form content that I have not yet posted, but that is in the works as well. I'm kind of going full gear into content creation to accomplish the aims of this channel. So I'm a broken record when it comes to this stuff, guys, but genuinely, this community and this channel does not exist without interaction from you guys. Pardon me, I just slapped my microphone. Hopefully that did not sound too awful. But you guys are what make this happen. Without the community, without you, I'm just a guy playing video games in front of a camera. What makes streaming and what makes content creation and what makes, I would say, Twitch in particular, a very, very special place, and what makes this stream special is all of you. This stream is nothing without its community. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for believing in the content. Thank you for believing in me as the content creator. And thank you for showing up stream after stream after stream. It's a time investment for me to stream. Okay? Like, it's genuinely quite a time investment to sit down for 3+ hours to hang out with you guys and play a video game, but it's also a time investment for you guys. This is something that a lot of streamers forget fundamentally when they talk about this stuff. They forget the community aspect. You guys are here with me the entire time, whether it be as a lurk. Damn, you got people crying here, definitely not me. I'm sorry if I am kind of reflecting. I'm not wearing it on my face, hopefully, but I'm feeling a certain way, and I'm sorry if I'm sending waves your way and impressing that upon you as well, but this needed to get said. It's one of the reasons that I continue to go live. So, yeah. Anyways, thank you all so much for the continued support. And I want to remind you all, because this has come up a couple of times, and it's very important. You cannot only support the channel financially. Subs and bits and everything help. They really do help. When I get a check from Twitch, I can invest it into making the stream better. Microphones, cameras, lights, renovating my room. Money towards the channel is money towards the content. So all of this helps. It does. But it is not the only way to support. Showing up and watching the stream. Volunteering to be a moderator. Being active in the Discord. Being active in the chat. All of these things help get this content out to more people. And the more people that see me and see this content that maybe they didn't trust a hope existed, the more the channel will grow, and the more all of what this channel is will grow with it. But I do want to stress that you guys are the key. You are the integral piece, and that is even if you are not supporting with your dollars. You're supporting with your attention, you're supporting with your sentiment, and I think most importantly, you're supporting with your heart. You know, a lot of you guys in personal chats, in the Discord, in the Twitch chat, we've had some pretty interpersonal moments on this stream. You have shared a lot, and I feel personally very close to a lot of you at this point. So, again, thank you. And just so I don't continue to spiel and be emotional and all this different stuff, let's get gaming. So I'm just going to catch up with chat a bit because I was going off quite a bit there. Short Bowl never really got into racing games. It's never too late, Short Bowl. Soon I will have a new home, guys. I hope this will help me be more active. Banana, I wish you all the best in all your endeavors, and hopefully this new home is going to be an excellent place for you to grow and flourish. For me, it's completely different games. Sims, Need for Speed, and Forza Horizon style games. Yeah, back to, I guess, before I went a little side-railed there, yeah, Need for Speed, I like the customization, same with Forza. Sims are the one thing that you mentioned, Ali, that I haven't gotten super duper into. And to be honest with you, for me, driving is... It's a part of my passion as a car guy. But the main aspect that I enjoy with cars is repairing them. I enjoy a car more with the engine out of it than with the engine in it. If that makes sense. I really like turning wrenches on cars. That's not to say I don't enjoy driving cars. I cannot express how amazing it feels to have a project vehicle finished and then to drive it across North America, for example. It feels absolutely incredible. I love it. Dragon, sorry I missed your lurk. Enjoy the lurk, my friend. Yes, Banana did get your joke, Short Bull. It's amazing. Can't wait to see the long-form content. It's, Short Bull, it takes a really, really long time. Short form has been very easy for me to post because I just do it off of the stream. I am making, right now, this second, with you all, I'm making content. I'm making short form content this second. Long form content, that is not the case in the slightest. Long form content, I have to film B-roll, I have to film myself, I have to do narration, I have to write a script. There's a lot more effort into long-form content, so I hope that you guys like it a lot when eventually I do post it. We all believe in you, Sarah. Just do it. Without you, nobody would realize these games. Your ambition works. I don't have dollars, but I have Hervinas to support you. It's appreciated, my friend. Damn, you got... No, it's... I love Gran Turismo for the PS2. I didn't have the chance to experience that feeling yet. I like driving nights because I see nobody else on the street. Yes, driving is one of my happiest place. Damn, you're just using this for your content. Yeah, absolutely, Short Bull. Thank you for being my minion. I joke, of course. I feel that I've done some long form and it took months. And I think this is actually something I want to stress for you guys, is when you see a creator create something that you enjoy, And again, financial support is great, but that's not the only type of support. If you have a creator who is doing something that you believe in and you enjoy, it is Dragon, you missed me being a mushy loser. That's what you missed. I was just thanking everybody for believing in the content and getting it to the point where the actual original developers of Siege of Avalon noticed my last Siege of Avalon stream and actually commented on it. It shows that what we're doing here is working. So I just got all mushy and I thanked you all for it. Back to creators you like. If you guys enjoy content, make sure that you support it in any way that is feasible for you guys. You're gonna go to sleep. At least I had a chance to say hello. Ali, thank you so much. Have a lovely evening. Very good night. And we will see you on the next one. Hopefully I can start doing more weekend kind of streams. These weekday streams, I feel, force you guys to put your sleep schedule on the line, and I don't love that. Unfortunately, it's one of the only times I'm available to stream. But I have been discussing with the missus either doing longer streams on Saturday. I know we've already up to 6 hours, but doing longer streams on Saturdays or adding streams on Sundays, what have you. We are discussing as a family right now. But yeah, the videos take so long to make. They're so just brutal, if I'm being completely honest. I'm not an experienced content creator as of right now. I'm learning a lot, which is forcing things to take longer, and the process is insane. Unlike anything I've ever experienced. You have to be obsessed. That's really the best way I can put it. Is you have to be utterly devoted to the content for the results to be anything decent to good. And that is something that I'm fortunate that with my content, I have a very, very clear intent, but it can be a lot. It can be all consuming if you let it. And that's not necessarily a good thing. Okay, now, where were we? Let's take a boo here. Our quests, so House Telvani. We are out, ooh, wait. House Lalu, Twin Lamps. So House Lalu has the Twin Lamps questline. So that is not House Telvani, so we'll continue with House Telvani, but this is a quest that does intrigue me.
And I got to say, that's what I appreciate about you.
We appreciate you, sure, Avalon. At least I don't miss your Siege of Avalon live streams. Yes. That is one of the reasons I stream Siege of Avalon when I do. I used to actually stream Siege of Avalon all the time. That was like the only game I streamed. But I quickly began to actually... Oh, can I do this? No, I can't. I need to talk to Master Arion and see if I can rank up in House Telvani.
I am never too busy.
Because if I do not do that, I am... Oh, jeez. There. Out of my way, fool.
Go ahead.
The mouths of House Telvani have no more quests, so we have to make sure that we're getting quests. Oh, by the way, I always forget this. It's almost an afterthought for me, because the YouTube lives are not terribly active. I am trying to get monetized on YouTube to help just with passive income for the channel, I guess, because YouTube's AdSense is better. So if you guys could hop over to the YouTube stream to dodge ads or whatever, and just drop a like on the YouTube stream, that is going to help quite massively to get us monetized on the YouTube platform. Obviously, with the short form and the long form coming as well, all of it's going to contribute, but the view time, concurrent viewers, and the likes on the live stream are very important to help my analytics on that particular platform. So, no obligation, of course, but if you're looking for a way to help the channel, that is a way that you could help. Alright, let's talk to Master Aryan. Like always, like is a gift. Yep. Thank you very much, Avalon. Alright, now.
What brings you to Telvar's page?
I would like a patron.
Yes, I'll be your patron. But first, you must convince Baladas Demnevani to join the council.
Join the council?
Yes, speak with Baladas Demnevani and convince him to join the council. With his support, we can wrest control from the old, cautious and unimaginative like Gothren and Neloth. Once you have convinced him, speak with me again, and I will sponsor you in House Telvani.
Sounds good. We shall do so. But where do I find Baladas Demnevani? Ooh, wait, is he... He's one of the mouths, isn't he?
I'm all yours.
Oh, that was not far. Come on now. That was unfair. Master Aryan, oh, yeah, okay, that's what I just did. Good Sir Books, I must say good night. Good night, everyone else. Sorry, Dragon also sent a message and it mixed in my brain. I'm very tired. Shortbull, have an amazing night, my friend. Sleep well. I know that many of the people in this community have very poor sleep schedules and have a very bring me the horizon attitude towards sleep, but I assure you, sleep is very, very important. Take it if you need it. I will always be here as your content creator and pillar of community. Just take care of yourselves. I ask that earnestly. Okay. Belatus is the one guy that lives in that tower in Nisus. Okay, perfect. You.
Is there something you need?
Long story short, Morrowind is that what first got me into the abolitionist movement. Yes, Morrowind is very good for exploring very uncomfortable themes within human society. The Elder Scrolls in general, I find, is very, very good in this way. The writers of at least Morrowind, and less so later installations in the franchise, explored themes of social justice is not the phrase I would like to use, but they explored uncomfortable realities of human society from time immemorial. And they did it in a really unique way. Within the Elder Scrolls, they explored these themes not from a judgmental kind of perspective, using our morals to kind of inflect on the game world. This happens sometimes, but by and large, the Empire of Man within Cyrodiil, the Septim line, is kind of the avatar of that within the world of Elder Scrolls. But then these other alien societies that surround us, like the races of Mer, Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, Dwemer. A lot of these other societies do some stuff that, in our perspective, is very, very messed up. Incredibly so. But we are in that world. We're not in Cyrodiil. And we don't interact with Imperials all the time. So, it's showing us kind of a different perspective to explore these things. And explore our reactions to them. I think that's something really incredible that RPGs do for us. Is they allow us to explore not only our own morals, but allow us to... A truly good RPG allows you to either act out your morals to the letter, or to act in opposition to your morals. Fable is a great example of this. The moral compass system within Fable, the kind of the Paragon Renegade in Mass Effect. Lots of games have tried to kind of go over this and hash this out. But fundamentally, it is... An RPG doesn't get in your way. It allows you to be whatever you want to be on that given playthrough. Without judgment from the real world, but obviously there will be consequences within the game world. For example, in Morrowind, if you play as an Argonian, Argonians tend to be enslaved a lot within Morrowind during this era. You are not immune from that just because you're the main character. You are forced to pay for your in-game choice. Which I think is... That's very good game design. That's very good RPG game design. Bosmer, hippie cannibals who have many children to share a life of nature. Dunmer, snaring imperialists with heavy culture and strong belief in being the best. Altmer, heavy propagandists who commit to heavy use of eugenics, which makes the race almost entirely sterile. Yeah, and these things get explored, and that's why the Elder Scrolls feels like a very alien world, and that's why the Elder Scrolls feels like a really cool fantasy world. Because it's so... There's familiarity, but there is much alien in the world of Elder Scrolls, which is very cool. That's one of the reasons I would really love to have Akavir as one of the realms that we get to explore within the Elder Scrolls franchise at some point. Because within Elder Scrolls, I can think of few universes more alien than the lore that I've read about Akavir. Possibly the Sea Elves, the Morrowind, but I doubt we're going to get that, which is unfortunate. Okay, so we are at Sadrith Mora. So now we need to travel to Nesis. So Telbranor is going to be our next stop.
Is there something I can do for you?
Alrighty. Telbranor, please.
Something I can do for you?
I would like to travel to Vivek. But I would be interested to learn of your guys' perspective on what makes the Elder Scrolls not necessarily banana. Obviously, yes. I'm not going to say it's not. We're playing in Morrowind right now. We cannot deny that. But it allows you to explore those themes in a way that it doesn't have an agenda. It's very this exists. It's in the world that you're playing within. Do with that information what you may. You can make choices that, you know, vary from playthrough to playthrough, which is good. The main issue with the Morrowind is that we permanently put them into hiding by dropping what was essentially a nuclear bomb on them for being such D-bags. But this is lore that I think would be really cool to explore actually in-game. At least getting books about it. At least. Okay, Balmora.
Where would you like to go?
I would like to go to Aldrun. And now Nisus. Elder Scrolls is very dramatic. Yes, it is. All RPGs are, fundamentally, in my opinion. If an RPG is not a character drama, what is it? RPGs don't exist without dramatization. It's the whole point. Yeah. Ah, here we go. Here we go. What was a really big letdown going to Somerset in Elder Scrolls Online is the fact that Somerset is supposed to be an all-out war with the Morrowind, and it doesn't really feel like it. That is... I mean, I've made a lot of points about Elder Scrolls Online. I think everybody in this community more or less agrees with my stance. I don't think that we have any massive disagreements within the community in this regard. Elder Scrolls could do a lot more. Elder Scrolls Online, in particular, could do a lot more. They're giving you a very tamped down version of the Elder Scrolls. And Elder Scrolls Online, I equate my disappointment with Elder Scrolls Online similarly to when a complicated story gets translated to a cinematic universe via a movie as opposed to via a long-form, long-standing HBO television show. You don't give it enough breathing room. Elder Scrolls Online is it's a massively multiplayer online forum that is constantly raking in cash. If you were going to get any sort of license to really dive into what the Elder Scrolls is, I feel like the Elder Scrolls Online would be one of the best places for you to do that. And they dropped the ball. They didn't. They elected instead... Pardon me. Ooh. Had a burp while I was talking and... Oh, that was weird. That was really weird. Pardon me. Instead of getting... With Elder Scrolls Online, instead of getting something where you could dive very deeply into the story of the Elder Scrolls, you got
May you find me
the vanillified Diet Coke Disney story writing version of the Elder Scrolls, which is incredibly disappointing. Because ESO is like the HBO Max show. That's what it could have been. It had enough episodes to really explore the story. And the Elder Scrolls games are Dune Part 1 and 2. Do they do a good job? Are they nice to look at? Yes and yes. However, you are never going to get the entire story. You're never going to get the full reflection of what it is. That's kind of... I hope you guys kind of get what my analogy is here, but that's more or less how I feel on it.
There is someone watching me.
Yes, me. I'm sorry. I'm talking to chat.
What brings you here, Paige?
Join the council.
You have brought me the books that I desired, and so I will consider young Aryan's offer. I will join the council, at least for the next century or two, and sponsor a mouth to send to Sadrath Mora.
Thank you. Now Morrowind have been known to evolve in such isolation and little genetic diversity that they need water or moisture to survive, or else they will just dry out and die. And so, I get that they're mostly stuck on beaches, but it kind of feels like they're just there, and it's a regular Sunday afternoon. Yeah, absolutely. A lot... dynamics within games are a chore. They're a struggle, for sure. How do I make this world feel dynamic, lived in? Like, what I say is happening in the books and the cutscenes is actually happening within the game that you're playing. It's not easy. And I do not pretend to have the answers. But massive multiplayer games suffer from this quite a bit. Just having insert random NPC just standing there and not really doing much of anything. We're at war. This is terrible. Where is the active attacks? Where's the raids? Where's the shit on fire, you know? You don't get that. You get enemy NPCs standing on a beachhead, doing literally nothing except waiting for their proximity to ping off of you walking up to them, and then there's a fight. And this is a problem in a lot of video games. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily a problem that needs to get solved, but when you have a very high stakes portion of the game, you want to have that dynamic feel. And as you just elucidated, ESO does not provide that. Not even close. Vivek, please. Okay,
The audacity of this bitch.
That is me, Melly. I am this bitch.
Is there something?
But you like me, so it's fine. As audacious as I am.
Yes, Outlander. What do you want?
Don't hate on my beloved ESO. Okay. I do not hate Elder Scrolls Online. I am lamentatious of missed opportunities. And by the way, the developers of the game are also probably lamentatious in the same way that I am, because I know that developers of games are lovers of games. And that for the most part, they just don't get to do the stuff they want to do because they get told that a certain monetary value has not been met and they cannot create that content because they have not presented a strong enough cost-benefit analysis for the funding structure to support the content that they want to make.
There's someone watching me. I can tell.
We'll go to Voz.
Is
There
there
we are.
something you need?
I need to go this way. But yeah, I don't think I hate, other than maybe like Barbie Game Boy Color games, I don't think there's really any games that I actively loathe. There's games I dislike. There's games I struggle liking. There's games I like and I don't want to like. But largely, I understand. I get why things are the way they are.
Please join for
And I try to come at it from a place of maximal understanding.
I am never too busy for a good talk.
Oh dear, okay. Whoop! Alright, we need... ESO grows and expands every year, yes. However, I would encourage you, because I know where you work, Melly, I would encourage you to talk to some of the developers and ask them, in genuine conversation, did you get to do everything that you wanted to do this expansion? Did the administrators in charge of this game development permit you to do everything you wanted to do? And every single one of them is probably going to tell you, no. There's a lot that got cut. Because we got told that the dollar signs did not add up. And that we had to cut content. Even though this is an expansion, we had to cut content. And or the content that we did create was not as fleshed out as we wanted it to be. Because the voice acting budget was less this time round. Or the story writing budget was less this time round. Many different factors, right? It's invariable. There is my potion, Rising Falls, please. Uno drank. And now we can fly. I believe I can fly. Where is... Great Tower I wish to go to. Central Tower. Do you know it's 10 years old? Yeah. No, it is crazy. Trapdoor to Telvaz. Okay. Oh, hello.
Yes, how do you do?
Already on. Ooh, hello.
Greet you as a
Smokeskin Killer. However, ESO's land expansion that was promised when the game released has turned stagnant. In a press release, I have mixed feelings about this. And I think it's important to say that when we grow upset about things like this as fans,
Welcome.
it's not because we hate the game.
I'm listening.
It's because we want the game to be better than it is. We want the game to be more. We want more of what we love. And when we don't...
Are you?
Oh, hello. Good lord, sir. When we don't get that, yeah, we get emotional. We feel a certain way about that. For sure.
I do enjoy a good conversation.
I thought he was in the central tower. Well, I think we should come back and speak to him later.
What can I help you with?
Where did I find him earlier?
Please join me. We greet you as a friend. Here you have something to say. How do you do, Outlander?
Northeastern Tower.
Walk with virtue, Outlander.
I'm trying to do my best. That's all we can do. Okay, so that's the central tower.
I can spare a few moments if you care to talk.
Our overlords constantly want us to do more with less, so unfortunately some things suffer. This isn't to say I know for certain about how the budgets are allocated, but it's only... yeah, absolutely. And logic is how I infer a lot of what I do about the development cycles of these games. I do not necessarily have an intimate knowledge of what it takes to create these incredible feats of game design. And I won't know, because I am an enjoyer of games, I am not a creator of them. But I have a logical mind, and I can infer. Oh, good lord. His tower is the actual root system at the very top. Yes, that is what I was thinking as well. So, we're going to pop a potion here. Ah. There we are. Here you are. Okay, 1 second. I just want to get a little bit more warmed up than I have. Sorry, my vocal cords are feeling the strain in my body from just trying to stay up all day. Okay.
Have you convinced Paladis Demnavani to join the council?
Join the council.
Paladis will be joining the council, and as we agreed, I will be your patron. Please accept the Silver Staff of Peace, the traditional patron's gift to his protege. You are now my mouth in House Telvani, with all the duties and privileges of that rank.
Do I have chores?
I have heard that a blight has infested Mudan Mul Eggvine.
Tell me more.
This mine is due west of my tower, here in Telvoz. Just a few minutes from here, there's also a shortcut if you go through the dungeon. The Kwama Queen there has a blight disease. If you wish, I can teach you a spell of cure blight that can cast on the Queen.
Yes, please, teach me the spell.
It is a rather complicated spell.
Arion teaches you the targeted Cure Blight spell.
You should understand the principle now. You will find the spell is much more efficient than most. If you want, you can also buy scrolls of Cure Blight from Hetman Abemelua in Nisis.
Very well.
May you find me worthy of your attention.
I'm also noticing, the more I interact with the world of Morrowind, the more I realize I don't necessarily need to go with a super hardcore, raspy Dunmer voice.
Some of the voices Jeff Baker did were just simply his voice, just with a little bit of strain.
Just stuff like that. You know, he didn't always go like,
Matsera.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
Ogre! Raiders! Welcome! Everybody in my chat, please welcome in the Raiders with all the hype emotes you could possibly muster. And I'm just gonna sit here and dance because the Dagoth wave is
It
playing.
is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon my heart.
Oh, that potion wore off. That's inconvenient.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
Oh god!
How can you kill a god?
Dragon, you did that on purpose.
Intoxicating innocence.
You went for the Dagoth double base.
How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Sarah. Lay down your weapon. I'm a god. My mercy. Oh, I'm a god. Come and look upon my heart.
Okay,
On my heart.
now the...
Oh,
This beat is futuristic.
I'm a god.
Yes, it is.
How can you kill
Oh
a
god, the double Dagoth wave. Dragon always does this to troll me whenever I get a raid, because the raid is the
Shame on
Dagoth
you,
wave.
sweet Sarah. I'm a god.
Shoutout might not be working because... Oh wait, no. Invalid username. That is weird. Here, 1 second. I'm gonna try and... Necro, thank you for the shoutouts, Necro, but for some reason it is not working. Trials. Let's try this. There we go. It just needed the streamer's touch. Thank you very much for the shoutouts, Necro. I'm not sure why your shoutouts didn't work. You are a mod, so... Anyways.
Tish per sure nonsense.
Ogre does quite
the
a
event
few
horizon of a black
playthroughs.
hole, then loop to loop round a spinning
like I'm gonna have to
singularity at
short
twice the
this.
speed of light, then slam the engines into reverse and blast out of an imploding nebula?
For those of you who are Red Dwarf fans, you have found a home with me. Those of you who are not, you should get on that. Ogre does a lot of streaming obscure games like I do. Diablo 1, he's been streaming lots. He's been streaming Morrowind every now and again. He's currently playing through Kenshi, which is a new game for me. It's been very interesting to watch. So, show him some love, guys. I would appreciate it. Ogre, how was your stream? Raiders, obviously, if you have to raid and run, you are more important. I am merely an entertainer and a pillar of community. But if you'd like to stay, welcome in, my friends. I've heard a little bit about Kenshi, but I've heard great things. Yeah, I heard it... I was in Rainlight stream the other day, and he was mentioning that it is probably the most sandboxy game that he's ever played. And it is a game that has a lot less driven story than people are used to. Like, you are the driving force, essentially. In any sandbox game, you are the driving force. So, if you like a game that has a story that just tells you what to do, Kenshi's not going to be for you. I'm just telling you that right now. But, if you're willing to enter a sandbox and kind of make the world your own, Kenshi's amazing. From everything I've seen and heard. Stream was good, thanks. Kenshi requires patience. Similar to Elder Scrolls, yes. Well, similar to Morrowind and Daggerfall. Not necessarily Oblivion and Skyrim. Ads have started, ladies and gentlemen, so I apologize for those of you that are getting stuck in ad jail right now. Streamer advantage, shake your head. Anyone else excited for the RTS Game of Thrones game? I am... Yeah, I would say yes. A caveat that I would have for that... Here, I'm just going to hop back into the game. So, a caveat that I would have for being excited for anything highly Game of Thrones related is that I just got really hurt by the end of the show. Obviously, we're still waiting for the final books. We are actually... No, we need to stay on this island. The show ended very poorly. The books were still waiting on new installations. And they're creating all sorts of different content for the universe. It's almost like Game of Thrones is now... It's taken on a life of its own from what George R.R. Martin originally intended. The show kind of turned it into something that it wasn't before. And now it's like Star Wars. Basically, it's just another franchise to be milked until dry. And I don't want that for Game of Thrones, because Game of Thrones is really, really gritty in a way that, like, no other game universe is. It's incredibly cool, and you go to Game of Thrones to get some really intense story. And yeah, I definitely feel like the show ruined that a little bit. Not specifically, I think up until they ran out of book material. So when they had the book material to go off of, it was fine. Modern egg mine. We should grab some potions. Yeah, we should grab some potions. Okay, we will set up for this quest a little bit more. I don't feel set up enough. When they started doing it blind, you could tell. Yeah, absolutely. You could tell the moment that the writers of Game of Thrones, well, I should say the television writers of Game of Thrones, when they took over and they had no source material from George, you could 100% tell. A lot of people like to revere movie writers, television writers. There's a lot of bad writers out there that have a reputation for being amazing writers. And the writers involved with the Game of Thrones series, I would include them in that. Now, with House of the Dragon, they have book material and are just choosing to ignore it and do their own thing. Not great. Yeah. And that, I don't have as much of a problem with that. Reason being, that almost always happens. Like, even, like, Lord of the Rings, you had stuff that got omitted. Where I take issue with stuff is when it's malicious ignorance. When I am ignoring your story because I think I can write a better one. Then why are you directing this show that is, or movie that is based off a book? The story is already written. So you can either serve the story, or you cannot make this movie. And a problem that we're running into a lot right now is that writers that really don't want to serve the original story are directing shows based off of the and then they just add stuff because it's like, well, I have something to say using this universe too. That's not what this is for. That's not what this is for. If you want to make a piece of content that is based off of X universe, either serve that story or get out. Otherwise, I have no interest. And that was one of the issues I had with Star Wars, was they had no interest in the original Star Wars movies. J.J. Abrams and all the other writers, they just wanted to tell their Star Wars story. That's not even, like, that's not what that's for. You had stories, and you chose to retcon those stories just so you could make drivel. And yeah, I'm definitely, based off of what Jet said, I'm definitely worried that the same stuff is going to happen in the Game of Thrones universe. And what's super messed up about it is George R.R. Martin is permitting it. Because, frankly speaking, they're throwing stupendous quantities of money at him. Am I calling George R.R. Martin a sellout? I don't want to. And it sucks. We'll go to sad with Mora here. Don't even get you started on Star Wars. Oh, we can get you started on Star Wars, bed. If you've watched my stream playing Star Wars or talking about Star Wars at any sort of length, you should know my feelings on the modern state of Star Wars. He posted some grievances with House of the Dragon one time a while back and deleted his post really quick. Got a call from his agent, probably. Oh wow, this is true, I didn't know. Yeah, no, he's definitely... He's having issues with it, but frankly speaking, it's your IP. Stand up for your intellectual property, dude. If these people are swear word, insert swear word, all over your franchise, your IP, your baby, essentially. Dude, stand up for it. What are you doing? Like, these television writers can't continue to get away with murder. I'm sorry. They can't. There are genuine bad writers that are... Thank you. Thank you. I'm just a dude with a microphone. That's all I am at the end of the day, but these are my opinions, and I'm glad that some people agree with them. But, George, I doubt you'll ever watch this, but on the off chance that a hashtag makes this come across your feed, fix your shit, dude. Like, you're alive to defend your intellectual property. Don't do what George Lucas did and just sell it. Like, I'm so upset that George Lucas sold Star Wars. He could have just handed it down to the next generation within his own studio under his own leadership. But instead, he sold it to Disney, who has now given bad writers license to do whatever they want with his IP. And that really, really sucks. That's super, super upsetting. You can see George's immediate regret the moment he sells it in the footage. The amount of legends that was stripped from dude, like, I'm playing Elder Scrolls and I'm talking about Star Wars. This is wild, but you can tell very clearly that George
where are the
his
winds
choice.
of winter? George.
Yes. Where are the winds of winter, George R.R. Martin? We're talking about another George at the moment. Star Wars George. George of Lucas. But I've got my issues with Disney, for sure. Them giving license to bad writers, them taking away IP and calling it Legends, which is basically, we're not going to pay you for stories that you've written. And everything else that's happening with Star Wars. You just threw away free money. For all the money that the sequel trilogy and all these other shows are making, you threw away free money by not turning Legends books into movies. I've said this before on the channel. Dark Forces, the movie. Shadows of the Empire, the movie. Heir to the Empire, the movie. The Yuzhang Vong War, the movie. Dude, you threw away free money. Do you have any idea how many Star Wars fans you would have in that theater creaming themselves for content like that? The books that they read that were just so amazing that their brains were exploding. And by the way, don't say that Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford and all the actors are no longer young, so we couldn't do those stories. The Mandalorian has proven that is patent BS. Because you made AI Luke Skywalker for The Mandalorian so that you could cash in on fan service. That's all that was, by the way. I don't think The Mandalorian's a good show. Because all the moments that everybody points to in The Mandalorian that say, oh my god, look what they're doing with Star Wars, this is incredible writing. That was fan service. That's all you did. You brought Luke back. Like, and I'm getting a little heated because everybody that I talk to about this is like, oh no, they're doing a good job. I'm sorry, I disagree. I disagree. A good job would be to take Legends canon and make them into movies. Instead of whatever the hell we got. The sequel trilogy was... It was a thing. It was a thing. Okay, back to Elder Scrolls. And if I'm ranting too much, guys, like, I don't know. Maybe I give you a channel award to, like, slap me across the face or whatever, but yeah. It would be brand new interpretations, too, so many of them took Legend's story. Yeah. And this is where today is the day for it, Mark. Yeah, I mean, I'm very tired today, so this is actually giving me my energy, honestly. But... Oh, Ogre. That's all good, my friend. All good. Yeah, if any of you raiders are still here, if you have to raid and run, please take care of yourselves. You come first. I'm just here as an entertainer and a pillar of community, as I always say. If only I had an emote of Devaith Fear, I suggested boycotting your rants. Ah, yes. Dragon is here for the gameplay. He's not here for my rants. Maybe I do that. If there's any artists, please offer me a Devaith Fear emote that is holding up a boycott sign that boycotts my rants. Or maybe one where he has a sign that says rant to reflect that I'm ranting and raving. Okay, we are in Sound of Morrow. We need disease potion. Cure blight disease. There we go. 2 of them. No, I love your rants. I just don't have anything to add, really. No, and that's fine. You know, if you guys don't have anything to add, like, I don't feel a certain way about that. It's just,
Please go ahead out.
this is an area where I feel I can give voice to a lot of people. You know, if you don't have anything to add, that's kind of where I come in. Thank you, Admin. Yeah, if you don't have anything to add, that's kind of why I do my rants, so that I can maybe help you flesh out your opinion. Conversation is how we create our opinions. I was actually reading something on this today where it was, do modern people actually have their own opinions, or is their opinion just based on the last video they watched? I disagree with that fundamentally, because I can easily turn that in 20 different directions. You know, I could be like, you know, do you actually have opinions, or are all your opinions just based off of the last book you just read? I could do that. Do you actually have opinions, or are all your opinions based off of the last radio show you just listened to? You know, we all use media and culture to inform ourselves of the world around us. And one of the most powerful ways that we do this is through conversation. Repartee. Back and forth. The problem, I think, the people who say, you know, do you actually have opinions, or is it just based off of the last video you watched, is that occurs in a vacuum. So, opinions without opposition, that is a problem. But if we have conversations and inform each other using this mode, that is a good thing. And I think that is, when people say stuff like that, I think that's what they actually mean, is
Yes, Outlander. What do you want?
stuff occurring in a vacuum, that's a problem. Not the, you know, do you actually have your own opinion? Because I think most people don't. Unless they engage in conversation and education. Read books, watch videos, listen to radio shows, but then talk about it. Challenge the perspective that you have gained. So, for example, I just talked a bunch of crap about new Star Wars. I did. That's essentially what I just did. I just talked a load of crap about new Star Wars. If you disagree with that, and you believe that some good stories are coming out that stand in opposition to that, then tell me, and we can have a conversation about it, and you can challenge my views. Chatters, I would just remind, and again, this is slippery. Conversations of this sort can easily degenerate into something that we do not intend. So, I would remind community rules. Let's continue having this conversation. I think it's a good conversation, but no politics, no derision, that sort of thing. Let's avoid that in the chat if at all possible. And unfortunately, if we do not avoid that in the chat, that will be a timeout or a ban for the offending party. We do not talk any sort of... We're here to challenge ideas, but to have fun. Not to... You know, current events are what they are. Let's just be a community and have fun. And hard conversations can be fun. I enjoy challenging conversations. But when we get really, yeah, you know what? That is a very good idea. I'm going to write that down as a note. A rules command. I am writing that down. Thank you very much for that, Dragon. That is a really good idea. I think there are some good stories coming from Disney for particular characters, but nothing to the scale of world building that we get in Lucas's Star Wars. Otherwise, I did agree with your Star Wars rant personally. Had to pop on the PC. That is all good, my friend. Yeah, Dragon coming in with the clutch ideas here. Okay, now we can now go back to Telmora.
There's something you need.
And we can look for the egg mine finally, because we have a cure disease potion just in case our magic doesn't work. Oh no.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Gaspard! Welcome back, my friend. Thank you very much for the follow today. That is very, very much appreciated. The more follows and likes on YouTube that we get and all that stuff means that this content, which is, by the way, for anyone new dropping in, my content, the purpose of my channel is to give voice to the voiceless games. I play story-driven games, not necessarily RPGs, but mostly RPGs, that are no longer a part of the mainstream conversation. And I put myself on the line as a content creator to support these games and their legacy. And one way in which I add value to these games is I do some voiceover. I'm not a professional voice actor, however, it is something I like to practice in my spare time, so I've added it to my content to try and make these old games that have no voiceover a little bit more interesting. So that's where you get a voice acting, for the voiceless games. Games nobody watches anymore, because they're old. And I don't necessarily just have to play old games. If you guys have any games that are current releases that you would like to see represented, give me a shout. Join the Discord. If I could get one of the mods to send a link to the Discord, please. Join the Discord. Join us in there and give me a suggestion in the Discord of a game that you want to see. There's actually, I believe Avalon suggested this. There's a new game coming out, it's called a Scrolls-like. It's kind of a new genre that's being developed right now. And it is it's an Elder Scrolls-inspired game, gameplay-wise, and it's called Monomyth. It looks very, very interesting. And it's getting a good amount of press, but I would say maybe not enough. So that is one way that I could possibly help it with modern games. Put my money where my mouth is, as it were. I say these old games are super worthwhile and worth playing. Maybe we can help new games that reflect the value set of these old games achieve commercial success today as well. Oof, I've been lurking, sorry, trying to fix my 5-minute startup time on my PC. Come to find out the disk cleanup failed to clean up temporary files in the last few years. Nearly 30 gigabytes worth of... Well, I'm glad you got through that slog, my friend. Good lord. Whew! There's also one game Tarragon spoke about, the spiritual successor to Daggerfall. Yes. That one... The problem I run into, if I'm completely honest, is that I am one man, and there's only so much I can stream. I don't want to be playing a different game every stream. I want to actually finish the games that we start. So once Morrowind is done, and we're moving on to our next game for the Tuesday-Thursday stream, it's gonna be a long conversation with you guys on what we want to play. Because there's a lot that you guys have recommended. Okay, House Lalu missed your vote. Yes, we know, Necro. We know. Effing Windows. Ah, yes, Windows. The superior. I just don't have the balls to switch to Linux. I spent $200 on Windows 11. I'm gonna get my money's worth, goddammit. I'm gonna get my money's worth.
I have my principles, Lister. You think you can buy me with promises of power and glory? Do you really think... Okay, I'll do it.
Necro.
I'm Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it. I'm Bugak Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it.
Thank you.
I'm Bugak Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it.
I still struggle to process my emotions when stuff like that happens.
I'm Bugak Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. Right
so,
away,
I just need to tab out here, just so I can scroll chat. So, Necro Various.
Marvelous!
Thank you so much for the 5-pack of gifted subs, my friend. You absolute frickin' legend.
I'm Bugak Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it.
Your support of the channel has been immense. And I'm not just saying the gifted subs. You taking on moderation duties, you shouting out the channel, at every opportunity that you can possibly get. It's genuinely appreciated, my friend. Everybody who received subs, Celestina, Rin and Tucker, Ventus, Mick Vidalski, Camelant, please, if you're active in the chat and not just lurking, make sure to give our boy Necrovarius, a moderator, by the way, some love in the chat. He is a brilliant, brilliant human being. Thank you very much. It is well deserved. You are doing amazing work. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you for the level 2 hype train, guys. It is... Whew. Again, I struggle to process the feels when these things happen. Thank you, genuinely. Okay, back to questing. Okay, so we're doing the egg mine here. So, Mudanmul egg mine. The mine is due west of my tower here in Telvaz. Just a few minutes. There's a shortcut if you go through the dungeon. The Kwama Queen there has a blight disease. If you wish, I can teach you a spell of cure blight that might be castable on the Queen. Alright, sounds good. So, let's make our way... Oh god, hi! You've been listening to me rant, haven't you? The Nyx Hound is the haters. I would like to remind people, though, if you're unable to support the channel financially, there are loads of other ways that you can support what I do. You can hop onto YouTube and give a like on the stream there. We're trying to get monetized on YouTube, so a like on that stream really, really helps get me the view hours, and it feeds the analytic gods, is what I'm saying. So that's a way you can help. You can be active in the chat, because Twitch favors streams that have active chats. You can like, subscribe, all the other things that don't involve money, you can do. So, you don't necessarily have to throw your dollary dues, as the Australians would say, at the channel. But it is much appreciated when you do, because for my channel, all the money that goes towards the channel here, it goes to improving the content. Better cameras, better lights, a microphone, background renos, little models like little Kirby over here.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to call you Razoo. Welcome in, my friends. Obviously, if you would like to just continue lurking, that is, of course, 100% okay. But I would suggest that you hop into chat. We're a lovely bunch. Much love, my friend. Thank you. Brain Rot! Welcome to the stream, my friend. One of Squishy's peeps. It is always amazing to have her peeps come in and give the channel some love. How are you today? I'm gonna call you Rot. Brain Rot sounds too much. I'm gonna call you Rot. Or maybe Brain. Would you prefer Brain or Rot? I leave it up to you.
Yes, Outlander.
I'm good. Finished my A level today, so I'm free. What A level? So I'm in the trades. So when I hear A level, that makes me feel like kind of like an A ticket. Like you've got a gas A, gas B ticket type thing. I'm not super fussed with... Okay, fair enough. But do you have a preference? Okay, I need to go to the dungeons. I need to actually, like, get my shite together here. What am I doing? So this is maybe the guards tower? Southern tower. Zoom in. A levels are the final level of nationally mandated exams in the in the UK. How did those go? How do you feel? Other than your brain is goo. Because I did 8 years of post-secondary, so I did mine in history and politics and law. You and I have a lot in common, brain. I have 8 years of post-secondary education. I was going to be a teacher. I majored in history and I minored in psychology for my BA. My teachers really, really, really wanted me to go for my master's, but I needed to move out. I needed money. So I abandoned that. And I did some other stuff. I joined the trades. Master Aryan is the only cool Telvani mage, but his tower is confusing as hell. I'm just trying to find the jail. I know where the jail is. It's right... I'm staring at it right now. Is it... Can I get a door right here? No. Southern Tower doesn't give me access. So I feel like I need to get up and over. Land puzzles. Oh god, hi! What the hell? Hey, I'm a friend. But not anymore. You've made an enemy of Paige, the bubbly Bosmer. Taken down. All too easy. Daedric short sword. Oh yeah, we've made it, baby. Daedric weapons. I'm into it. That is a jump scare and a half. I agree. You're in the UK. You're up very late, my friend. I believe, anyways. There's the jail. Perfect. Okay, so there's a secret path down here that we can use. Okay, you need to get out of my way, bro. No. Keep going. That way. That way. It's 1:37 in the morning. Well, get some sleep, my friend. If you need sleep, please. Again, I'm not going anywhere, guys. This content is evergreen. You can always go back and watch the VOD. That is another method of support. But if you need sleep, please take care of yourselves. Sleep is the one thing that if we could bottle it as a medication, it would cure so many illnesses. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves, my friends. Now, obviously, if you have a sleep schedule that, you know, supports that, but Sammy loves VOD watching. There we go. My man. What's this? Secret passage? Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel. Nordic fur right bracer. Raph! How's it going, my... Jeez, everybody's here today. This is amazing.
Yes, Outlander.
Welcome in, my friend. Something tells me that this is the secret tunnel. I'm doing really, really well. The stream has been going fantastic. I actually was... Believe it or not, guys, I was considering not streaming today. Reason being is... I kind of mentioned this at the start of the stream. I had mono when I was a teenager. And I did not get it the way that everybody thinks you get that. I didn't. I just randomly got it. And I got misdiagnosed 3 times. And the treatment that was used on me made it worse. So, in my adult life, I am now 29. Yeah, kissing myself. Well. But I'm now 29 and I still suffer from chronic fatigue. If anyone in the chat has had mono, they will remember how absolutely exhausted you become. You do nothing but sleep. Your body essentially shuts down. For all intents and purposes, you shut down and you sleep, you hibernate for like 4 to 6 weeks while your body works out the virus. 4 to 6 weeks for me was more like 3 months. And I now just basically permanently suffer from chronic fatigue in my life. Alright, this is a random letter. I'm going to assume it is a Dunmer. So we're going to do the Ashland Dunmer accent. So pardon me, I haven't done much vocal warm-up today, and I haven't been doing... I've been doing the Dunmer voice a lot this stream, so just I'm going to turn my mic off, do a quick little warm-up, and then we'll get into it.
I found Norvis's head and torso lying in his room, with a large part of the rest of him seemingly smeared along the walls. I screamed for full minutes when I found it, and now all I can do is sit and stare. My only solace is this paper. More roots keep penetrating the walls every minute, and the rocks and lights seem to be taking on lives of their own. Now, I fear not only for my life, but for my sanity. Please, Someone, come soon. The rumblings are getting faster, stronger. I can't breathe this stifling air much longer. What in Vivek's name have these wizards done? They eat.
Well, someone was having a very uncomfortable time down here. By the way, if any of you are new to the stream, that is kind of my shtick. This is Play Any Good Books Lately. Our community is called the Game Library. We give voice to the voiceless games. I play older story-driven games, not necessarily RPGs, but RPGs. And I add a little value to them by doing some voice acting. I am not a professional voice actor, but it is something I have passion for and I like to do. So I add it to the stream. I feel like it's something that I can do to add a little more interest to these old games. Rheumatoid condition here also comes with chronic fatigue. I hear ya. Razman in the YouTube chat, welcome in, my friend. Unfortunately, my Twitch peeps can't see you, but thank you very much for popping in. YouTube chat's not normally very active, so I appreciate all the love we can get. Is very much appreciated. And the modders are the librarians, because the modders take care of books. My name is Martin, but if you guys don't like being quite so personal, people call me Books. When I'm in other people's streams, people call me Books. So our moderation community here, they're called the librarians because they take care of books. And they do such a good job. We appreciate our mods. So anyone in the chat right now who's not lurking, please give a little heart emote for all the moderators in this lovely community. They don't get enough love. They give of themselves for the sake of the stream, and it is much, much appreciated. Do you like when most people write down what happened to them as they got trapped somewhere? Yeah, I guess final thoughts. Sorry, I think I missed you a couple times, Gaspard, so let me just scroll up here. Because I think you asked if I had played a certain game. And I didn't answer. I apologize. I got ranty. Do you think most people would write down what happened to them if they got trapped somewhere? Yeah. I definitely... Well... I don't know if anyone... Okay, like I said, I did 8 years of post-secondary education. And I studied psychology. And a phenomenon that can be experienced when someone is in isolation is that they will begin to talk to themselves. They will begin to socialize with themselves. So, do I think someone would write a missive on how they're feeling in their final moments? Yeah, I kind of do. Would it be necessarily so specific? No, probably not. But it's definitely, it's a recorded phenomenon. Ooh, I think we have some gold over. Oh god! Not good, not good, not good, not good. Whew. Oh god! Hi! Lava! Whew! Whew. Almost lost my cool there. Alright. But I think I saw some gold, so we're going to try again. There we are. And I did! I saw Dwemer coins. That's better than gold. Drakes? No, I want Dwemer coins. Oh. Barham's Journal, entry 5.
Oh no. He's here.
Who? Who's here? I need more context. I'm going to look around for these journal entries. I am interested. Okay, so that was entry 5. Entry 4 was here. And maybe I shouldn't be using a Dunmer voice, because this looks like Imperial architecture. B, enjoy your lurk, my friend. Oh shoot, he's talking about me. Talking to myself, not the other part. Sammy, enjoy the lurk, my friend. I appreciate all of you immensely supporting the community. I am slowly becoming one of the larger streamers within the Morrowind category, which honestly makes me a little nervous. And I'll tell you why. So, eventually we're going to beat Morrowind. And we're going to have the option to move on to other games. As a variety streamer, that is naturally what's going to happen. And it's kind of amazing for me to see Morrowind getting so much love. This is an incredible game, and I believe it does not get anywhere near the love that it deserves. Obviously, you've got, you know, the video essayists on YouTube that do content for the Elder Scrolls kind of ad nauseum. However, you don't have a lot of people successfully streaming Morrowind. You have a lot of people streaming Morrowind, but not necessarily successfully. And I think that success within the stream, and specifically the delivery of the information that the game holds, is really, really important. And I feel that live content for these games is really, really important. Obviously, after we beat Vanilla Morrowind, I am going to play Tamriel Rebuilt. So, I think we're kind of in an era of evergreen content for Morrowind for the next at least a year. However, I am fearful of when that is not the case. I am very much hoping that we can get Morrowind a lot more love. I should save my game. I haven't saved since the start of the stream, and we are nearly 2 hours in. Oh, hi! Don't do that! You're so peaceful! You're normally so peaceful. Hey man, this is only the first chapter. We got beyond... Yeah, Tamriel Rebuilt next. Yes. No, don't attack, please. It's okay. Shh, it's okay. Yes, keep walking. Oh, no! I don't want to fight any of you. No, oh, they are fast! Good God, hi. Ah! Okay, I'm gonna have to fight my way out here. And we need a potion. Restore health, please. Oh, you stuck? Oh, hi. One hit KO. Okay, perfect. I am very low on health after that. They hurt a lot, actually. We should also... Given that my armor skill has been so invested in, we should fix our stuff. So, Dragon, I'm curious. What is the part of me playing Tamriel Rebuilt that you are looking most forward to? Because you were the one that initially introduced me to Tamriel Rebuilt. Okay, let's see how much we heal from this. Somebody please get this man a potion. Oh geez, I need to heal a lot actually. Why am I not healing that much? Somebody please get this man a potion. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I actually recorded those channel redeems myself. So if any of you guys have any ideas for channel redeems or anything like that, you can just let me know. Okay, now, can I actually manage to cast the spell? That's going to be the main question here. Cure common disease. Actually, no, I've got one that's better, don't I? Because it's blight disease she has. I need cure blight disease. Calm creature, we'll try that. Okay. Let's try this now. Okay, that's on myself. I'm curious to see your interpretation of both the quests and your voice acting, since they hired a bunch of new voice actors for the Dunmer. So you play older RPGs, eh? Ever heard of the 1999 2D dungeon crawler named Natuk? It is quite a unique spell system. Think of Skyrim shouts mixed with the discovery of alchemy.
Come to me through fire and war.
Okay, Gaspard, if you are going to be using the Dagoth Wave, hype emotes in the chat are mandatory. For those of you in YouTube,
Lay down your weapons.
I don't think you have hype emotes right now. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to get so much love in the stream today. But Twitch chat, every time they use the Dagoth Wave, they have to use... No, don't be sorry, Gaspard. It's a thing in the channel. It's a
grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god.
I didn't know what it would do.
Kill a god. Shame on you.
It did an amazing thing. It played the Dagoth.
I'm a god. I'm a god.
Oh, Bed. Yeah, Bed. Everybody in Twitch who's lurking, I multi-stream. So I stream to YouTube and to Twitch. So if you guys ever need to dodge ads or anything, you can head over to YouTube. And if you guys are looking for maybe a more interactive chat with a larger community that's a little less lurky, you guys can hop over to Twitch. I'm not trying to drive activity one way or the other. Either spot helps me as a creator, but I do multi-stream. So Razman in the YouTube chat, I have not played Natuk. No. I guess I'll just riff off a couple quick names of RPGs that I love that are older, and you can do with that information what you will. So obviously, any Elder Scrolls prior to Elder Scrolls 3. Dragon Age Origins at this point is kind of an old RPG, so I'm gonna list that as well. Although it's not as old as this stuff. I like Wizardry. I like Heroes and Magic. What's another good one? I would have to go on my Steam. There's so many. Arx Fatalis. That's another big one. Of Might and Magic. Dark Messiah. That was a really cool game I loved. Siege of Avalon. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, Temple of Elemental Evil, Fallout 1 and 2, the Wasteland series, Disco Elysium. Trying to remember more. There's definitely more. I'm just trying to remember. Maybe some ones that aren't RPGs. I love Halo. I love boomer shooters like Dark Forces, OG Doom, Quake, that sort of thing. I love racing games. I love old school Nintendo like Legend of Zelda, Metroid Prime, that sort of thing. I love Pokemon. My game taste is really, really varied, but frankly speaking, to be a successful content creator, you have to niche down. So I decided to niche down to what I am most passionate about, which, I don't know if Brain is still in the chat here, but history is something that I am incredibly passionate about. I am very passionate about the study of history. I devoted 8 years of my life to post-secondary education in history. And I think preserving game history is something that's very important in this time that we live in of disposability. We live in a very disposable society in the modern day. And that's not because we want to. It's because that is what is currently the cheapest way to live. I ask you this question. Simple. You've got a TV. It breaks. What is the cheaper option? To take your television to a repair shop, to have it taken apart and fixed and returned to you, or to throw it into a landfill and buy a new one? I believe that evidences my stance on the fact that we live in a disposable society because it is the cheapest way to live today. I don't want that to happen to the amazing games that are out there. By the way, those of you who are in Twitch chat, ads are in 5 minutes. We just have 3 minutes of ads every hour on the hour to avoid pre-rolls. If you'd like to dodge ads, you can hop over to the YouTube stream. So I picked what I am passionate about, which is history and preservation. Giving a voice to the voiceless games is something I can do that I am, I guess, psychotically passionate about. I don't want to see these games go into abandonware, become obscure to the point that we can't get them to run on computers. We need to keep these dinosaur consoles and stuff in our homes in order to experience what these games are and were. So I do this. I stream old games or games that are new, that need a little bit of help getting the recognition that they deserve. That is my purpose. Sixth Rule of the Sixth House, awesome. Crash Bandicoot definitely falls in that list. I actually love Crash Bandicoot. I love a lot of old school, like, platformers and stuff. Okay, so I did save here. Okay, good. Actually, I'll save again. Why not? Yeah, I love all sorts of old school games. Natuk and other oldies are made by a fella that goes by the name of Tom Proudfoot. His website has his old projects on for free. So, I don't know. I think this is supposed to work on YouTube. I'm gonna try this for the first time here on YouTube. I think the link to the Discord does go out to you guys as well. It does not. So what I am going to do here is I am just going to grab the link for the Discord for you, because I feel like that would be something you would enjoy. I'm just going to paste this. So that is a link to the Discord, Razman, in the YouTube chat. Feel free to join us if you'd like. I highly recommend it. We have quite a bit of fun in the Discord. Okay. Multi-stream king. B, I am hardly a multi-stream king. I am probably the one streamer on Twitch that is the absolute worst with technology right now. I do not wear that lightly. Arion's Blight Cure. There we go. Okay, let's take a potion of Restore Magicka. We're gonna need it. I absolutely love to hear you pushing the YouTube. like I said, I am trying to get monetized on as many platforms as possible, because money coming to the content is only going to make the content better, and I want to provide better content. Your journal has been updated. I cured the Kwama Queen in Mudanmul Egg Mine. Let's go. No longer have to hide. But I killed all her children because they attacked me. I didn't want to. I will emphasize that vociferously, chat. I did not want to slay them. They were good noodles. I didn't want to kill the good noodle. But, Razman in YouTube, if you would like to join the Discord, we do have a games chat where you can kind of pump up the older games that you want to. And you can get them out to more people. You can get more people looking into them. Okay, interesting. So we got parts 5 and 4 to that letter. I'm honestly kind of wanting to devote a part of the stream to getting... Ah, here we are. 3? Okay, so in the chat, do we think this guy is a Dunmer? This is a hybrid city. Telvaz is a hybrid city, so we've got humans, Imperials, and we've got Dunmer. So I read the first couple as a Dunmer. However, there is a chance that this guy is a man. So I'm curious as to your perspective on this. Should I read this? Should I continue reading this as a Vardenfell Dunmer? Or should I switch over to a different vocality? Anyways, I'm going to take these letters here. Journal entry 2. Which means... we have a lot more Dunmer than Imperials in Vaz. Yeah. So I'm going... I agree. I am going to assume... Imperial, personally. Now, do we have the other letter, or do I have to make my way up there? Would space out the Dunmer. I'd hate to see you get raspy. I'm already quite raspy. I've been dealing with quite a bit of concrete dust and everything. I'm wearing a mask, all the PPE and all that. By the way, for those of you who don't know, I am a plumber by trade during my day job. And yeah, by its very nature, you do get a bit of concrete and fiberglass insulation and stuff in your general vicinity. Hashtag free the crack. Necro, that would take a lot more than 5 gifted subs. I shouldn't have said that, because someone's going to accept the challenge. Okay, here we go. Canonical Dunmer transformation, right here. Just wait, you don't even know it's coming. That is, that's equal parts terrifying and terrifying. I don't know what that means. The lack of knowledge gives way to fear. Okay, so we'll head over... because we need part 1. There's some lore in those letters, and I think they're very cool. Okay, so we'll come up here. Get back down into the jail. And then we'll make our way down. The letter has got to be close by here. Okay, so we got 2 pieces there.
Walk with virtue, Outlander.
Don't want him thinking I'm stealing, but I totally am. There we go. Okay. Oh, I have some more messages in the YouTube chat. Oh, message retracted. All right. Well, Tobias O'Leary, thank you for lurking. I don't know what you said, but I assume it was a good thing. I like to assume the best about people. Welcome in, my friend. It's good to have you. Okay, now, let's grab it. Okay, one sec. Just gotta... I deliberately muted Necro. I needed to warm up. I haven't done a lot of vocal warm-ups today, so I needed to make sure that when I did my Dunmer voice, it wasn't going to sound like Garbo. It might still sound like Garbo. I'm pretty raspy this week, but...
Today we finally finished hewing out the 2 main jail rooms, and all 6 cells. And, almost as if in response to our celebration, several of those damned roots grew through the wall and took out 2 of our cells. I wonder constantly what those wizards could be up to up there in the tower. But I guess this is the nature of working for the Telvani. I will inform them again of our construction plans, which they provided us, and request that they refrain from such actions in the future. In the meantime, my men have begun setting up the necessary ramps and equipment to begin work on the next section of the dungeon. Here's hoping it goes better than the first.
Barham, Foreman. Let's read the rest. Journal entry 2.
The lower dungeon rooms have been proving much more difficult than we originally thought. We must be working near some lava flows, as the rock of the cave walls is exceptionally hard stuff. It's hard enough to see in here without all our proper lighting installed. I don't need this delay too. I have sent off for some new volcanic glass tools, and in the meantime, one of my men has found a section of the cave softer than the rest, and we have continued our work here, bypassing this first room. A few men have expressed their concern over the light rumblings we've been feeling lately, but I am convinced that it is just more of those Telvani and those hocus-pocus mushroom magic. They assured us of this site's stability. The rats and bugs are annoying to us, but they do not pose a threat. Hopefully, we can find the source of the infestation soon and eliminate it. I don't have time for this.
Entry 3.
The worst happened. This morning, a boulder came loose from the ceiling and fell directly onto our major ramp, causing it to collapse, and killing 2 of my men in the process. The remaining 3 of us are now stranded, alone down here, with the cave walls being too sheer to climb, and the wizards obviously having more important things to deal with rather than a few errant laborers. With our water supplies diminishing rapidly, I sent Norvus and Gillum further down into the caves to look for any natural exits we might have missed when first surveying the site. Damn those wizards. They told us the site was safe. What could they be doing up there? Why are they these bugs and rats getting more aggressive by the hour? And why is it getting so blasted hot? I found Norvis's head and torso lying in this room, with a large part of the rest of him seemingly smeared against the long walls. I screamed for full minutes when I found it, and now all I can do is sit and stare. My only solace is this paper. More roots keep penetrating the walls every minute, and the rocks and lights seem to be taking on lives of their own. Now, I fear not only for my life, but for my sanity. Please, someone, come soon. The rumblings are getting faster and stronger, and I can't breathe this stifling air much longer. What in Vivek's name have these wizards done? The heat. He's here.
Who? Who is here? My God, what happened?
I am never too busy for a good talk.
Hey, Emmy, how's it going? Enjoy your lurk. It's amazing to have you, as always. It is massively appreciated. By the way, if any of you are in the chat just doing a little lurky lurk, I am just going to show you guys. Exclamation point lurk just lets us know that you're here and supporting the channel. I know it is not always convenient to do so, and sometimes you don't mean to lurk, but if you want to let us know, there's a command there for that. The Telvani wizards don't personally grow the towers they inhabit, but they are at least made with their specifications. Interesting. I wonder if there's someone we can talk to about this. Arion, perhaps?
Why is my friend?
So this is probably the tallest point. And by the way, I know that command is a little bit weird. YouTube and Twitch do not allow me to put the exclamation point in the command because I guess chat mistakes it for an actual command. So... Oh, there we go. Woo! Oh no, did I just screw myself? I might have. Oh, no I didn't. There we go. Perfect. The Telvani might have summoned a flame Atronach, which explains why it's so damn hot. Interesting. Arion.
Too busy for a good talk.
Notes by Arion. This paper is filled with the cryptic notes taken by Master Arion while reading Nagaska, Kavata, Kavakis. Nagasta, Kavata, Kavakis. An obscure text in the language of the Slode, purportedly written by the Second Era Western necromancer, Nagasta. Nagasta, Kavata, Kavakis. Nagaska, Kavata, Kavakis. Akstas. I'm no longer going to read this because it is psychobabble. Interesting. It is kind of cool that they added that to the game, though. That is neat.
Welcome you freely, Outlander.
Okay, cool. Arion, I cured your little thing.
So, the Queen is no longer blighted. Very good work, Paige. As your patron, I'm supposed to give you some lessons. This book, though somewhat simplistic, has a good lesson on the school of alteration.
breathing water has been added to our inventory. And by the way, I know that that was not quite as deep and raspy as the last voice we did. However, I have been doing quite a bit of research into Jeff Baker's original voice acting for Morrowind.
I see this land suits you. We welcome you freely, Outlander.
So that is much less raspy of a vocal. You know, it's not quite so deep, kind of from the belly.
It's more talking like this, putting your energy right around here, and using your natural voice.
I can tell.
And then there's the guard voice, which is,
there's someone watching me. I can tell.
So Jeff Baker did the whole gamut, right? He had a very varied vocal performance, even with the characteristic rasp of Vardenfeld Dunmer, which makes sense because they wouldn't necessarily all have the same voice. Okay, more chores, please.
I admire what you have accomplished in House Telvani, but any student of mine must learn rudimentary wizard spells.
Damn, I could never hear a sound like that. What do you mean, Avalon? I'm curious. Like, are you talking about the distinction between the two? Or... I'm uncertain what you're talking about there. Some would have less cancer than others. You know how it is. At all. So I still don't understand quite what you're talking about there. Like, are you talking about my vocal performance? Are you talking about what I recognized in Jeff Baker's vocal performance in the game? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by you could never sound like that. Oh, I could never sound like that. I understand. I was misreading you. I can't change my voice like you. Avalon, it takes a lot of practice. When I tell you that I spend pretty much all the time driving to and from work, listening to voice acting, listening to oratory, tutorials and lessons and advice, and then actually physically practicing as I drive to and from work, because frankly speaking, that's pretty much my only free time. You would be pretty blown away by the time investment. Bear, welcome to the chat, my friend. How are you doing today? How's the back? I know your back was not feeling too great the other day. How long have I been... Oh, God. This is... Okay, something about me that maybe you guys don't know is 100% all practice. All of us that can voice couldn't do it until we practice. Yeah. Anyone can tell you the initial days of the stream, I was not able to do the Dunmer voice.
I was talking more like this and blah, blah, blah.
You know, like it just sounded very tight and strained and crappy. And now I've got it to the point where
I can do the characteristic rasp relatively easily without hurting my voice.
You know, it's just practice, practice, practice. You genuinely, with voice acting, you have to be obsessed. You do not get good at voiceover unless you are absolutely obsessed with it. And luckily for me, I am. It consumes a lot of my time. And they'll even, if I'm working alone at work, I'll do warm-ups. So, I don't know how many this isn't necessarily a voice acting thing, but it can actually just help you speak better. So, the biggest thing with you were able to get a decent
You Enwa,
But otherwise, general speaking was rough. Yeah. And the exercises I do, even during my day job, really, really help.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Mega, thank you so much for the follow. Obviously, if you want to sit back and chat and lurk, that is 100% fine, of course. However, if you'd like to jump into chat, give us a little hello, maybe interact with the community a little bit, you are welcome. Welcome in. It's great to have you. So, yeah, vocal exercises. I don't know how many of you guys are interested in actually speaking better. Razman on YouTube just had a flashback. What do you mean by flashback? Like of a game, of oratory, of Morrowinds? I'm curious. Let me know. So, I don't know how many of you guys are actually interested in just speaking better, but a lot of the exercises I do are to simply improve your speaking voice. Very little of it has anything to do... Oh, beacon. I see. Yes. Yeah, my follow notification for Twitch is Meridia's Beacon, and it gives a lot of Elder Scrolls fans quite a bit of PTSD. Back is getting better, not 100%, but not completely dead. Well, that is what matters. Yeah, rest up as much as you can, my friend. So, back to voiceover and back to a lot of my oratory exercises. Not necessarily what you come here for, but this is something that I think can help, so I'm going to talk about it a little bit. So, there's a lot of simple...
Hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn game?
Absolutely. And for those of you who don't know, that little blurb was voice acted by me. I am slowly working my way to the point where a lot of the channel awards for stuff like saving your game, use a potion, read, that sort of thing. Read has not changed yet, but I'm just trying to think of lines for that. But they're voice acted by me, because voice acting is a passion. Okay, to my point though. There are several simple exercises that you can do that are oratory oriented, but they can simply just improve your life as a general communicator day to day. So the big one, I've spoken about this on the channel before, is tongue twisters. When you say a lot of you make noises, you fill silence within your speech. That is a result of you thinking faster than your body can react. So one way that you can reduce that gap is with a tongue twister. Couple simple ones. New York, unique. Unique, New York. Peter Piper picked a pail of pickled peppers. She sold seashells by the seashore. And you just up the speed. Right?
Chat, is this guy serious?
Absolutely I am. So, tongue twisters can reduce the use of filler words within your speech. In addition to that, you can do simple stuff like lip trills. I'm gonna sit back from the mic just so that doesn't hurt, but like breath control and lip trills, because you actually hold, and if you really think about it, you hold an immense amount of tension in your jaw every given day. So from these neck muscles all into your jaw, beside your ear, down here especially, if you press right here, basically where your jaw and your neck meet, if you just add some light massaging pressure, you will realize just how tight you are here. And for you to speak and to enunciate clearly in your speech, it is essential that you loosen all this up. So there's several simple ways to do that. Lip trills are a great way to get breath control and to relax your muscles. If you don't know what a lip trill is, it's basically just going... So just blowing air and letting your lips just flap. The vibration just essentially frees everything up and allows you... What if I want to learn a different accent, going from a British accent to American Modern Virginia? Accents are very... First of all, it's a very subjective thing, because everybody, even within a given demographic, speaks differently. But you want to look at certain isms within... And I'm assuming when you say accent, you mean speaking as that person would in English. So, say I am a French person. The French accent, speaking English words, th, the. If I'm a French person, I'm going to pronounce that z. I'm going to, instead of saying going to the store, I'm going to the store. Z. You need to learn the isms of a given demographic before you can properly do their accent. Another really important consideration when doing accents is, where does the voice come from? So, Bear and I have actually had a bit of a repartee about this prior. So, yeah, you've got idiomatic components, tongue positioning, and vowel construction. So, again, certain accents require you talking from different, am I speaking from the belly? Am I speaking more nasally? Am I speaking very much from the throat, adding quite a bit of tension and breath? Laban efforts is... So, if you guys want to know, I'm going to type this in the chat for how it is spelled. But if you are looking at getting into voiceover, getting into different accents, look up Laban efforts. So a Laban effort is essentially what Bear just talked about. A particular combination of idiomatic components, tongue positioning, and vowel construction. Am I going to speak a little bit dopey and a little bit airy and moving a little bit breathy? That's a Laban effort. Am I going to speak like a complete aristocratic git? This is also a Laban effort, because my effort with the breath and the tension and my tongue positioning has completely changed. So, if you're looking to get into accents, Laban efforts. That is the one phrase that I can give you that is going to help you a ton. Now, back to regular speech. So we went over lip trills. We went over tongue twisters, helping to improve your speech. But another one is going to be your tongue. So we went over brain-body connection with the tongue twisters. We went over jaw tension with the lip trills. Also, another great way, Google take the wheel. Exactly. There's lots of great tutorials on this, by the way. Damn, changing your voice like that is insane. Laban efforts. It's all practice. It's all... So many of you can also do this. So many of you can also do this. I'm not a professional voice actor at all. I just practice. I enjoy it. So, okay. Mind-body connection. Jaw tension. The tongue. This guy does not do what we want him to do. At all. So we need to focus mind-body connection specifically on the tongue. Because so much of our enunciation and our vocalization involves the movement of the lips and the jaw muscles, as well as the tongue. So one good way is basically 10 circles with your tongue just along the front of your mouth, clockwise and counterclockwise. So literally, simply, it looks like this. Just and you'll notice when you switch directions, it actually takes a minute. You have to be like, wait, no, I need it. I've been moving this way for 10 reps. Now I need to move this way for 10 reps. You'll actually stop. Try it at home. Try it right now. 10 rotations clockwise, 10 rotations counterclockwise. When you switch from clockwise to counterclockwise or vice versa, you're going to actually take a moment and be like, no, it kept going the direction I had been going. By the time you're done 20 reps of that, you're actually going to feel sore in your jaw. Your tongue exercises should come before your jaw, because doing your tongue exercises will produce tension here that you will need to alleviate. But those are going to be the main things. Mind-body connection, loosen up your tongue, loosen up your jaw muscles. And you will notice that even though you have no oratory training, you're going to speak more clearly, you're going to enunciate better, your breath control is going to be better. And if you do this kind of thing every day, you'll notice when I speak, I actually move my lips and I emphasize my teeth sometimes. That is due to my oratory training. If I'm making a t or a s, then I need to make room using my lips to make these noises. Doing this, I need to make room in my mouth to actually vocalize and get that range out of my voice. Again, not a professional voice actor. I'm just a big nerd who really enjoys voiceover and the nerdiness kind of surrounding it. Oh, a useful Horthand for English-based languages. American types are from the front. This is okay, so when I said Bear and I had talked about this, what Bear is saying there, that is exactly what I mean. So, American types are generally from the North American accents are generally from the front of the mouth. Very toothy, almost. Australian is going to be a bit from the middle. And a British accent is going to be mostly from the back of the mouth. You'll naturally find that your voice is going to be a little bit more velvety and deep as a result of you speaking in a British accent, even if your voice wasn't initially very deep. Now, that is one specific, probably more proper British accent. I'm working on kind of my more, let's say, non-aristocrat English accent. That's been something that's been very tough for me. Been working on my Scottish, my Irish, my Yorkshire, all that stuff. I've been practicing a little bit, and the only one that I can do with relative ease is the posh git.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, you are in my way. You need to be out of my way. Actually, no. This is wrong. He mentioned wizardy spells.
If you're having trouble finding these spells, you should speak with a Telvani mage trainer in Vivek, Fevin Raylin, or perhaps Felana Andrethi in Telarun.
You'll be a brummy git in no time.
May you find me.
I'll give it my best shot, Gaspard.
I'm all yours, please.
I will say, I have I wouldn't say a very deep voice. I have a deep-ish voice. I guess if I was to be singing, I would not be a bass. I would... Wait, what is the deepest you can go at singing? You can go bass and baritone. I believe it's for the male vocal range, standard vocal range, I should say. I believe it's tenor, baritone, and bass. So I'm not a bass. I'm somewhere in between baritone and tenor. Soon voice acting in cartoons or something like that. I am open to it. I'm not holding out hope, but if someone got in contact with me and said, hey, we would love to have you do some voiceover. We saw your stream. We'd love to have you do some voiceover. I am 100% open to all that sort of stuff. I would be definitely freaking out on the inside a ton, but... ATBB? I am unfamiliar with that phrase, Gaspard.
Go ahead, Outlander. What do you
I was super happy a stream or two ago. Kill really liked one of my Brit accents. Best compliment comes from those who actually speak in those accents. Yes. And I will say... Yeah, Necro, I tend not to watch the view... So Necro's also on YouTube. I tend not to watch the view count because it psychs me out quite a bit, but if what you say is true and I have 74 viewers on YouTube, that is amazing. Everybody watching... No, Necro, nothing of it. I just don't watch. If I learn what it is, that's fine, but if I'm actually sitting there watching it, I'm not even going to be streaming to you guys. I'm going to be sitting there just like... What's the number? And I focus too much on that, and my intent becomes like it's a me problem. It's not you. But yeah, learning of it kind of in passing, just because I know it changes so much, that's not so much of a big deal to me. That's all good. Martin's now got his own brown pants. Yeah, there we go. But type of choral music, most common in churches, alto, tenor, two basses. Yeah, the two basses, yeah, baritone and an actual bass. Bass is wild, like a genuine bass is just like, bruh, what? I do play metal music as well, so I do a little bit of singing, but did you just give me the it's not... Yes. But I'm not breaking up with you, Necro. I love you. You need to stay. I've locked you in. I have the key. You cannot escape. You're a mod now. Not that you want to escape with my dulcet tones. But yeah, Bear, to your comment, I definitely need to speak with more... I guess, native UK residents and actually get some more... Yeah, he touched the beacon. Necro, behave yourself. Damn. But, I need to speak kind of conversationally with more people to kind of, not to like mock them, but to like practice their accent and kind of get more of a sense for their... Flushing away Necro's... Yeah, exactly. It's my key now. Welcome to the library. Okay, now where do I need to be going? Wizardry spells... Vivek, Fevin, Raylan, or Tel Aruan. Let's go to Tel Aruan. Let's stay in Telvani territory. Yeah, as always, practice... Yeah. And there's so much to practice. A lot of voice actors actually don't do any voices. They don't do any accents. They literally just use their own speaking voice, and that's what sells. Look at Kevin Conroy. His Batman voice was pretty much all he did. And it was a flagrant version of his speaking voice, but it was still very close to his speaking voice. Alright, off to bed, have a good one all. Necro, thank you so damn much for your support, my friend. Again, hype emotes in the chat, and thank yous to Necro for the 5-pack of gifted subs today. Seriously, I don't even know how to process that when it happens to this day. And I haven't been streaming long, I've only been streaming 6 months, but it touches me right in the feels, my friend. So thank you.
Welcome, moon and star.
Hype emotes in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Fire and war.
And I'll just sit here and dance. And this is now my opportunity
Come and look
to get where I need to go.
upon the heart.
I've been chatting a lot.
Lay down your weapon. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart.
True, my favorite VA actor uses variants of his natural voice. It just sounds awesome regardless. Yeah,
How
exactly.
can you kill a god?
100%.
What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
I'm a god.
How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet NEREVAR. I'm a god. I'm a god.
With that said, Necro, have an amazing night, my friend. Seriously. Thank you for all the support. Okay, now tower entry. So we need magic spells. And we are looking for Falara Andrethi. And that is one thing that... So, I've recently had a couple people reach out to me to do some readings. And while I don't necessarily consider this, like, opening up the door to professional voice acting or anything like that, what I do consider it is an opportunity to hone in kind of the way I do things. And one thing that I've noticed doing readings is that I could do okay with voice acting just using my normal speaking voice. If I just used my normal God-given speaking voice, I didn't do any voices, nothing crazy, I could probably do okay. Even if it was just like book readings for Audible or whatever, an ice cream commercial or something like that. But that is something that a lot of people underestimate.
Please join me.
They think that because they want to get into voice acting, they need to just have this insane range. Just absolutely wild, wild, wild range. And that is not at all the case. If you've got a good voice, you've got a chance. And if you don't have a good voice, practicing your oratory, I didn't always sound this good. I used to sound very, very nasally. You know, I used to sound a lot more like this. I didn't know how to use my instrument. And now this is my speaking voice now. But if you saw videos from me back then, I'd be talking more like this, and it would be a lot more nasally, and I wouldn't sound as confident, and I'd be saying a lot, and I'd be tripping over my words a whole bunch, and it would suck. You know, I'd be emphasizing my voice way too much in the front of my mouth, and it was no good. But now I've studied, and I know how to use my instrument, and this voice is not fake. This is my voice. But I have learned what I am capable of and what I actually sound like. A lot of people think, oh, I hate my voice. Have you actually worked on it? And do you know what you actually sound like? Given a healthy use of your vocal range, right? So we're gonna hop in the tower here.
Yes, Outlander. How do you do?
Jeff Baker must have really struggled with that particular... It's like, yes, Outlander, how can I help you? It's like very out of breath. Which is funny because one of the things that got told to me when I auditioned for a Dunmer voice for Skywind was that, oh, your Dunmer voice is far too breathy. And my response to that was, have you heard Jeff Baker? Have you actually listened to Jeff Baker? I get it wasn't what they were looking for at the time, but it's like I'm basing what I do off of Jeff Baker, the original Vardenfell Dunmer voice. Falara Andrethi. Anyway, I can be of assistance, Paige. Just tell me what you want to know. I guess I would just like some basic spells. Which are what? Vivek's Tears, cure blight disease on self. Jeff Baker didn't even remotely struggle because he did his voice fully acted with Jib nearly a decade later in Skyrim's Dawnguard DLC. He went full rasp in that one. Right, but if you listen to Jeff Baker's performance in a lot of these... How to put this? If you listen to his performance with a lot of the NPCs in the game, he does... It's breathy, right? The Dunmer voice is breathy. There's a lot of air that moves. And one of the main criticisms when I auditioned to do a Dunmer voice was, you're being too breathy. And while I respect that, I'm not a professional voice actor. Advice is warranted. It's good. I need it. But I just kind of noted to them that I was simply basing my voice off of the only existing reference point, which is Jeff Baker in Morrowind. My point with the comment was replying to the oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of the talent that's going into Skywind, absolutely brilliant. And frankly speaking, they have far deeper voices than I do, and they seem to... The Dunmer voice is something I struggle with remarkably. It does not come naturally to me at all. I struggled hard with it to get to the point where I am today. And you listen to the people that are doing it in Skywind, and it's like, man, you just have the voice for it, and I don't. But in voiceover, you need to consider this. That's okay. Not every role is yours. You're not trying to play every... Like I said, you don't need insane range. Kevin Conroy played Batman for his entire voice acting career, and that is almost all he played. He did a lot of roles. I'm not saying he didn't. But if he wanted to, he could have just done Batman. That is it. And he would have, and he did, have an incredibly successful voice acting career. You don't need this insane range. You just need to be you. And your job, your performance that you are meant for, provided you're auditioning enough, will eventually show up. Okay, Dragon, you're still in the chat here. I need to learn some basic wizarding spells. What does that mean? Because none of these spells that I'm seeing here look basic in any way. Like, should I just buy every single spell she has on offer here? Like... She has potions as well. And by the way, those of you who are new to the channel, new to the chat, I just found out there's quite a few of you watching on YouTube right now. So, I am by no means a competent Morrowind player. I'm not here to do a challenge run. The purpose of my channel is to give a voice to the voiceless games. I play story-driven games, mostly RPGs, that are getting obscured from the mainstream conversation about games, and I focus my content on them. Now, that is voiceless games. Voice is me. You've heard me talk about voice acting quite a bit. So, that is the point of that, I should say. I will want intervention. I think you will... I think you will want... He wants levitate, recall, fire damage spell. Okay, so levitate, recall, I have. I don't have a fire damage spell. Savai, intervention, dispel, divine aid, Almalexia's grace, rally beast, powerwell, righteousness, room's cure, second barrier, vex tears. Okay, so it doesn't look like he has anything that I need. Almsavai intervention I'll buy, and yeah, sure. Sure, I will buy those. Okay, I guess I'm going to Vivek. Almsavai intervention would actually be a really nice spell to pick up while you have a vendor here who has it. Yeah. I am trying to get out of my comfort zone as a dirty Dex player. Razman. Yay, skooma party! Don't do skooma, kids. All of a sudden, you're just this weird... Oh, God. Again? Stay. We are going to go to Telmora.
May I help you?
Then you are going to take me to Sadrith Mora.
You Inwa.
B.
Share 100. No, take this and go try a little bit of it. You might get hooked, but who knows, it might be the best ride of your life.
Are you giving me skooma money, B? Did that just happen? Live? In front of everyone? B just handed me skooma money, everyone. Snort moon sugar? Why is everyone trying to get me to do skooma? Mazoga the orc. Ah, yes. My least favorite orc. Mazoga. Shh, don't tell the others. You told the others! There was T.E.S, B! Everyone saw! Microsoft Sam was here like, play any good books lately, please do some skooma. It could be the best ride of your life. We're all playing drug games these days. I'm on the spice, you're on the skooma. Won't somebody please think of the children? Exactly. When did you implement this, and was it supposed to be our secret... This was supposed to be our secret message spot. Did B just pressure you into being a skooma junkie? I meant, I am in the Thieves Guild. This isn't the right game for this. We need to go to the wooden crack den known as Breville. That will come later. I did one Oblivion stream, but there will be more. Just later. Back when I'm more established and I've got more voiceless games out to the masses. As of right now, you get plenty of shadow friends to voice act. Yes. Yeah, lots of material to voice act with in these old games. Okay, what am I doing here? I need to go to Vivek. So I needed to actually stay at the boats. Okay, and actually... I hate to do this, because things are going so well, but I am exhausted, and we are near the 3-hour mark. Oh, I can keep going for a little bit longer. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I am actually going to just take a quick little BRB. I'm going to collect myself, and I'm gonna try and stream 4 hours today. I'm nearly on 3 hours. I'm gonna try my best and do 4. I'm very, very tired though, so I'm just gonna do a quick BRB just to hit the loo, grab some water, and then we're gonna dive back into Morrowind, and we're gonna try and do some more Telvani quests. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Thank you very much for your patience with those of you who have bared with me through my little break there. Ads are going to be starting in about a minute, so if you guys would like to dodge ads, please hop over to the YouTube stream. If not, I will see you when ads are done. We are going to try and stream for another hour. I'm feeling good-ish. I'm still incredibly tired, but you guys have revitalized me with our conversation, and the stream has been good today, so I want to try and do my best for you guys. So we're going to try for another hour. We'll see how far we get. I might, around the half-hour mark, just do like a little kind of internal check-in and see how we're doing. Okay, so heading to Vivek, grabbing our last couple spells. What?
May I help you?
Lord. Ask me again. I have an ear infection. Okay, now. We want to go to Tel Bernora.
Is there something you need?
And then travel to Vivek. I'm still trying to get over the fact that B tried to give me skooma money. That was wild. That's never happened to me before. Okay, let's find out where she is. Vivek. Thevin Raylan. So she would be House Telvani. So we've got the Telvani Canton over here. So we're almost in the right row. So we'll hop into the Canton. B is working for a much more mature kitchen than we realize. What is he cooking? Someone cooked here. Okay, now I assume she's going to be in Telvani Canton.
Go ahead.
Aaron and Darren. Okay. Where would I find her?
Yes, Outlander. What
So
may
I am looking for Thevin Raylan. Thevin Raylan. Thevin Raylan.
Is there something
Maybe Telvani Temple? Well, nobody's here. Oh,
All right, I'm listening.
Frank?
May I help you?
Actually, I could maybe ask them about Thevin. Do we have an option for that, though? We do not. Okay. The what? The what? Okay, are you not friendly? Whoa, that's actually super cool. He can't hit me, so it's fine. There's like a diaphragm there that's moving. It's so much cooler than the Dwemer spiders in Skyrim. Like, it's actually like almost flesh. That is super cool. Okay, they're probably gonna be mad if I keep doing this, though. So we are just going to close the door and pretend this never happened. Okay, so we have the monster lab. Just wait until you see Solthosill's Fabricants. Great. I really think the one reason I want Morrowind to get remastered is not the reason a lot of people think.
What is it, traveler? What do you seek?
Mimgene. Interesting. Okay. I doubt anything of import is there. The reason I want a Morrowind remaster...
Love the moon and star, come to me through fire.
Rain light! Type emotes in the chat for our friend Rainlight.
Upon the heart. Lay down your weapons. It is not
Gonna give a little shout out there.
Come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. I'm a god.
Get heckin' raided. My man.
Intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet NEREVAR. I'm a god. I'm a god.
I just had to wait for that to end so that you guys could actually hear me. Welcome in, Raiders.
Tish pshaw nonsense. Any old twit can hug the event horizon of a black hole, then loop-de-loop round a spinning singularity at twice the speed of light, then slam the engines into reverse and blast out of an imploding nebula?
That is how awesome our friend Rainlight is. If you haven't given him a follow up to this point, please send some love his way. He's an amazing streamer. He does awesome stuff on his stream. He's currently playing Dune Awakening, but he was doing an RP playthrough of Oblivion Remastered as Darmizal. My friend, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome in to the game library, where we give voice to the voiceless games. What does that mean? It means that I'm a variety streamer that focuses on story-driven games that, generally speaking, are a little bit older, and I add value to these older games by providing some voice acting. I'm not a professional voice actor, but it is something fun that I do that I feel adds a little bit of value. Welcome in. If you have to raid and run, if you have to jump into a lurk right away, I totally understand. You come first. I am merely an entertainer and a pillar of community. So, if you gotta raid and run, totally fine, but if you'd like to stay and hang out, welcome in, my friends. It's lovely to have you. So, we are playing the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, and we are currently working through the House Telvani questline. Appreciate the kind words. We'll be getting back to Oblivion RP when I get back home, currently traveling. That is not pressure, although I do very much enjoy your RP. I was just stating fact. Although I was a little worried that you were going to abandon it for the Dune hype. But how was Dune today? Raiders, how was your day? Tell me how your week's been. How is everyone doing? I assume Dune has been amazing because you've been loving it. Ah, Telvani Sorcerer, that's gotta be her. It's not. Well, let's see if I can get the spell I need from you. Yeah, we'll buy Fireball. Cool. Fireball! Okay, there we go. Let's see if that works. Can't wait to talk about the furry dim Khajiit again in a respectful manner. Ah, yes. Dragon with his Dunmerry elitism. There we are. Okay. But yeah, Rain, how was Dune? Tell me all about it. Unless you gotta run, because I understand it is late. I'm not sure what time zone you operate within, but It is 9 p.m. for me right now. And I am exhausted today. Work was chill, but the tasks I did do were very labor-intensive. I was up on a 12-foot ladder, taking out a meter that was very, very, very heavy. And I got an impromptu shower that I did not want. It was clean water, though, which is nice. We don't like the dirty water showers. Oh, okay. So we can go back this way. Would you rather me be a cannibalistic hippie or an inbred propagandist? Look, the races of Mer all have their particular issues. Except possibly the Aldmer? Dune was fantastic. Visited Arrakeen for the first time. Tons to explore there. Also narrowly weaved through some quicksands and evaded the worm to make my way further north, and successfully completed a night raid on this tough installation to exfiltrate some intel for an advanced trooper trainer I'm getting in the good graces of. Got home in one piece, so huge success. Well, I'm glad to hear that Dune has been a massive success for you. It looks, even though it's MMO, the Aldmer are extinct, so there can be nothing wrong with them. Right? Sadrith Mora. There we go. But you and Drop Bear in the chat, he is a fellow spice addict and closet vampire. And he is also convincing, along with your stream, he is convincing me to give Dune Awakening a try. I'm not normally into MMOs, but it looks like you can almost play Dune Awakening kind of single player. So I feel like I can kind of hang with it. Tell Mora, please.
May I help you?
And now, we'd go to Voz. Okay, we'll give this a shot here. And I think I know a way up without a levitation spell. So should be all good. B also gave Martin enough bits for a thimble of skooma, so there's... A thimble? That is a very specific measurement. Hello, sir. Would you like a thimble of skooma? I've basically been playing it single player. If you do, it's effectively just a survival RPG. No one in Australia is awake when I'm playing it. Solo is how I've been doing it, and it's been fun on its own so far. Feels more like Valheim or BOTW than an MMO so far, in a good way. But I assume the multiplayer becomes more relevant as you get deeper in. That is what ended up happening to me when I was playing Star Wars: The Old Republic. I was basically able to get through the majority of the early game without having to interact with basically any of the major MMO mechanics. But then I got to a, I guess, kind of a watershed moment in the game, and it essentially forced me to get into MMOs. Razman on YouTube, the good thing about MMOs is you'll have a ton of games to play once you get back. Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly into single-player experiences. That's just how I am. First-person shooters, racing games, RPGs, of course. That's been my home for such a long time, right? So change is difficult, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, the only point that multiplayer becomes necessary is in the deep desert, and that's really due to PvP density. The bigger groups obviously get a bigger advantage, But that's literally after 60 to 90 hours of gameplay. Yeah, and that's another thing, is it's an interesting game. It's interesting mechanically and all that good stuff. But, you know, I've got so many games that I'm playing as a result of the stream that it's not that I don't want a game whenever it comes down to that, but I can't stay awake anymore. Have a good night, everyone. Avalon, thank you so much for hanging in there. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, if you need sleep, prioritize yourself. As I've said a million different times during this stream, I am an entertainer and a pillar of community for the community that we have built here. So if you guys gotta get your sleep, there's VODs, there's YouTube videos, there's shorts, there's all sorts of content for you to consume and support the channel with. If you can't make it to a stream, find the VOD, like it, share it, all that good stuff.
You tell lies. This is the pillar of the community.
Oh, the true pillar of the community has arrived. Hey, where's you going? You saying hi to Mom? Hey, you saying hello? Hey?
No.
Oh, Toby's attacking. Quinn, the true pillar of the community, sleeping on her little bed. I will send pictures in the Discord later. But yes, if you guys are able to support in other ways, you don't necessarily have to come into the live stream. Find the content, like it, share it, send it out into the world, and other people will find the stream. And other people will jump in. And that is another way to support, right? Tell the missus about how you were given drug money on... Oh, she'll be learning about that later. She'll mostly ask, is it enough to pay the mortgage? Boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew.
What's taters, precious?
Go ahead. Such fine.
Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Even you couldn't say no to that.
Oh, yes, we could. Give it to us raw. And really good.
I love Lord of the Rings. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Boom. Yes. My strategy works. Alright. Ah, okay. Whew. Gonna have to do a big agree on loving Lord of the Rings. I am glad that I have a kindred spirit. Another kindred spirit. Jet and I have often talked about our love of Lord of the Rings and his concern for the fact I can do such a convincing Smeagol.
I see this land suits you. We welcome you freely, Outlander.
See, I think I missed some chats here. One moment. Oh, just everyone wishing Corvus good night. Now wear a white full body onesie and spaz out on stream. Razman in the YouTube with the content recommendations. Oh, Jet. Yes, I see the new emotes. Excellent, Smithers. This is what we like to see. Okay, now. Let's see if you will give us more chores. Stop, I think I need to think of you as Elder Scrolls only. Dragon is just the lore master of the library. The game library's lore master is Dragon. He knows all the things. Anything Elder Scrolls that I can ask him, he seems to know. Oh. Here we are.
You have learned the rudimentary spells. I am proud to be your patron. For your next lesson, please take this book on war magic by the legendary Zurin Arctus.
Art of War and Magic has been added to our inventory. Interesting. Where is it? The Art of War and Magic. The Art of War and Magic by Zurin Arctus with commentary by other learned masters. Chapter 3. Dispositions. Master Arctus said, 1. The moment to prepare your offense is the moment the enemy becomes vulnerable to attack. Leros Chael. Knowledge of the enemy mage's mind is of the foremost importance. Once you know his mind, you will know his weakness. Said Ma. Master Arctus advised Tiber Septim before the Battle of Five Bridges not to commit his reserves until the enemy was victorious. Tiber Septim said, if the enemy is already victorious, what use committing the reserve? To which Master Arctus replied, only in victory will the enemy be vulnerable to defeat. Tiber Septim went on to rout an enemy army twice the size of his. The enemy's vulnerability may be his strongest point. Your weakness may enable you to strike the decisive blow. Marandro In the wars between the Nords and the Chimer, the Nord shamans invariably used their mastery of the winds to call down storms before the battle to confuse and dismay the Chimer warriors. One day, a clever Chimer sorcerer conjured up an ice demon and commanded him to hide in the rocks near the rear of the Chimer army. When the Nords called down the storms, as usual, the Chimer warriors began to waver. But the ice demon rose up as the storm struck, and the Chimer turned in fear from what they believed was a Nord demon, and charged into the enemy line, less afraid of the storm than the demon. The Nords, expecting the Chimer to flee as usual, were caught off guard. When the Chimer attacked out of the midst of the storm, the Chimer were victorious that day. Skip the raw wild fish, you'll get worse. A little Smeagol humor there. Number 3. While planning a campaign, take account of both the arcane and the mundane. The skillful battle mage ensures that they are in balance. A weight lifted by one hand is heavier than 2 weights lifted by both hands. Number 4. When the arcane and the mundane are in balance, the army will move effortlessly, like a swinging door on well-oiled hinges. When they are out of balance, the army will be like a 3-legged dog, and with one leg always dragging in the dust. Number 5. Thus, when the army strikes a blow, it will be like a thunderclap out of a cloudless sky. The best victories are those unforeseen by the enemy, but obvious to everyone afterwards. Number 6. The skillful battle mage ensures that the enemy is already defeated before the battle begins. A close-fought battle is to be avoided. The fortunes of war may turn... Pardon me, I lost my place. The fortunes of war may turn aside the most powerful sorcery. The courage may undo the best-laid plans. Instead, win your victory ahead of time. When the enemy knows he is defeated before the battle begins, you may not need to fight. Victory in battle is the only least kind of victory. Victory without battle is the acme of skill. Number 8. Conserving your power is another key to victory. Putting forth your strength to win a battle is no demonstration of skill. This is what we call tactics, the least form of the art of war, magic. Theludin de Thurkrun.
By tactics, Master Octus includes all the common battle magics. These are only the first steps in understanding of war magic. Any hedge mage can burn up his enemies with fire. Destroying the enemy is the least resort of the skillful battle mage.
Number 9. The battle is only a leaf on the tree. If a leaf falls, does the tree die? But when a branch is lopped off, the tree is weakened. When the trunk is girdled, the tree is doomed. If you plan your Number 10. If you plan your dispositions well, your victories will seem easy, and you will win no acclaim. If you plan your dispositions poorly, your victories will seem difficult, and your fame will be widespread. Marandrosul.
Those commonly believed to be the greatest practitioners of war magic are almost always those with the least skill. The true masters are not known to the multitude.
Interesting. Are you planning on getting me to fight some battles, Arion? Perhaps some advancement. I do not meet the requirements. How about some chores?
One of our fellow Telvani, Milin Faram, is being assaulted by members of House Lalu at Ordiniran. It is on Azura's coast, west of the shrine to Azura, and south of the old Duema ruins of Nukurdams. I will mark these ruins on your map. Go there and speak with Milin Faram, who is under attack by forces of House Lalu. He is probably making his last stand at the top of the tower.
Alright. The plot thickens. Sun Tzu wannabe here. Yep, Dunmer Sun Tzu. Oh, always gotta have one. Now, make sure I save my game here. Yes, there we go. Make my way to the boats, and then Azura's coast is Azura's coast. That's not. Let's just open up the map nice and wide here. So, is Azura's coast the western side of Vardenfell, or is that the eastern side? I'm unfamiliar. Let's look at our journal quickly. Master Arion has asked me to help Milin Faram, who's being attacked by Hlalu in Ordiniran. I should find Milin Faram first and find out how many Hlalu there are. So Nukurdams, I feel like I've been there. Azura's coast is the entirety of where the Telvani inhabit. Okay. So, Nukurdams, I believe I have been to then. That's Nukleft. Alright, well, I guess I'm going for some exploration. Southbound it is. It's on Azura's coast. I'm curious. Let's see how many pests we can gather to ourselves. I think our record is like 20. We're doing the coast, so it shouldn't be the worst. Oh, hello. Yes, yes, come here. Azura's Shrine is directly west of Molag Mar. It's a start. So Molag Mar is down there. Alright. Let's go. See how fast we can do this. Directly west of Molag Mar. Oh, those better not be bandits. I will avoid. Don't necessarily feel like a fight right now. We haven't explored most of the coast, so I'm happy with this. Let's follow the road here, though. Or maybe not. Yeah, the road's gonna lead us quite astray. I want to go directly south. So whatever we can do to facilitate that will be important. Oh, of course. Alright, let's go. Let's see, 2 hits. Probably similar for you, buddy. Oh, I have no stamina. So, for those of you new to Morrowind, I have really high marksman and agility stats. So, technically speaking, I should be hitting pretty much every hit, which I am pretty much. The only times that I do not hit at this point in the game are when I am unintelligent as a player and I waste my stamina. As you can see, even the slightest sliver of stamina is enough to ensure... Actually, how are the Boots of Blinding Speed? 50 out of 50. Not getting hit much. Now that my sneak is nice and high, we're generally good to go. Oh, hi. Oh, Kagooty coming for my booty. There we go. There we go, a little scamp there. Down. Owlet that I don't want to deal with. Oh, nope. Come on, I've got plenty of stamina. Oh, hello. There we go. Alright, everything is taken down. No more enemies. We should be good to go. Normally I wouldn't walk like this. Normally I would just fast travel, but I haven't really explored Azura's Coast super thoroughly, so I'm taking this as an opportunity to get some of the map mapped out. Oh, here we go. Oh, come on. Oh, am I out? I am. I am out. Okay, iron arrows. Few hundred. Come on, you. I was using chitin arrows, so that's not actually the end of the world. Ow. Okay, we are very close. So I think what I'm gonna do is... roads be damned, I'm just gonna head completely southbound. The lava lakes of Red Mountain. Now, I wonder, it's due west, so we're not quite heading to Molag itself. You can always just try to slightly deviate from the straight south route and see what we can find. Yes, give me more athletics. Also, how's a wood bridge? A wood bridge over a lava lake. Tell me how that works. Unfortunately, gotta head off and do work stuff, but I will catch you all later. Have a great stream. We are probably going to be jumping off momentarily anyways, Bear, so thank you very much for dropping in and sticking around as long as you have. Enjoy the work day. We'll see you on the next one, my friend. Met Maik yet? I have not. I have not, Razman. Come on. Come on. Grab my arrows. Definitely going to want to keep these as much as I can. So, anyone watching that is not a fan of Morrowind, I am playing objectively the worst playstyle in the game. The bow and arrow is the worst weapon by far. And the reason for this is actually quite simple. So, in Morrowind, when you are using a sword, now I have a setting in the game selected that says choose best attack always. So, given the weapon I'm using, it will always choose the best method of attack given that weapon. However, in the vanilla game, when you didn't really have that option, there were several different... So, a sword, for example, you could stab, you could chop, you could slash. With a spear and the bow and arrow, you really only got one option, and that was the pierce damage type. So, objectively speaking, within Morrowind, the bow is the worst, and the spear is the second worst, I believe. Now, does that mean it's unplayable? Obviously not, you see me here now. But it is a limited damage type. Okay, this looks like Necleft. Possibly. What do we got here? It's cool that I did a rare playstyle. And that's kind of what... First of all, I'm a Dirty Dex player. So, stealth marksman is always going to be my first choice whenever I play a game. Like, even in a contemporary title like Cyberpunk. Stealth archer option means that I am playing a stealth archer. Period. Done. Question, is it okay to share random world news in here? So that depends on the type of world news, Gaspard. So, in the Discord and in the chat before you typed, there were some community rules. And one of the rules, and I'm just going to read it out loud quickly here, is... number 2. It's rule number 2. No political subject matter, excessive profanity, or other unsavory subjects. These will not be tolerated. Not saying that that was the random world news that you had, I just like to precurse this, because normally, in my circles of friends, IRL, and by IRL, I simply mean the people I can actually, like, get in my car and meet, they tend to share political news, right? So as long as it's not any... yeah, so one country just attacking another, that's not going to be something that, to me, that is a... While it is not inherently political, governments are what war, and governments are political entities. So, while we might not mean the conversation to go in a certain direction, bringing that subject matter into the chat will open a door that we, as the community, might not be able to close. So it's not that I mind that kind of conversation. I am a student I'm a university student. I am very accustomed to debate and conversation of that kind. But that's why I chose to not talk about politics on the stream. So, what I will say is, if you keep it vague, like you just did, that's fine. Because then I can be like, that really sucks, I hope everyone's okay, and then we can just move on with the stream. But if you're like, X country did this to X country, and like, this is exactly what's happening, and so on and so forth, that is when it could degenerate into something else. And none of us, I think, want that. However, if you like to talk about history and politics and psychology and political science and stuff like that, feel free to send me a DM. Seriously, like, if you need someone to converse with on that level, I'm fully capable of doing that. I'm fully down for doing that, just not on a public forum. And obviously, I will never share my politics on stream. That is something that will never, ever, ever happen. This is an apolitical broadcast, as it were. Thumbs up. I'm glad that you appreciate the reason for the rule. I hope everybody does. I hope everybody watching understands why I don't do that. And frankly speaking, even if I wanted to talk about that kind of stuff, demonetization is very real. And I don't want to get demonetized. I want this channel to continue to make a meager sum so that I can get better cameras and get better microphones and make the backgrounds behind me here more interesting for you guys to look at and all that sort of thing. But if I get demonetized from a side-railed conversation that just goes completely out of control, it's not gonna go well. So, sorry that was a bit ranty. I do tend to talk a lot once you get me on a given subject. So, Dwemer Ruin. Okay, let's make our way to Molegmar here. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense, and hopefully you guys agree. You can also outrange, okay, I missed a couple things about the bow weapon. The bow is also bad because it is way more of a drain on your fatigue than any other weapon, even spears. But whatever makes you happy. I'm doing a bow and spear and on my current playthrough. Well, Jet, just toot your own horn, why don't you? I feel like the spear is pretty strong as long as you use it to poke. Use the best attack helps a lot for spears. This setting does make the spear way more viable. When in doubt about what qualifies for political content, ask a mod. Yes. So, yeah, if you don't want to ask me live on stream, you can shoot a message to one of the moderators on the Discord and say, hey, I'm thinking about bringing this up in chat. Do you think that's okay? And the moderators will be like, okay, like you're literally mentioning a political figure by name in what you want to talk about. I'm not okay with that. Mentioning war, mentioning governments, mentioning laws. Laws are, I'm kind of open to discussing because you can get something productive about discussing the law. Nothing productive ever comes out of discussing a political figure or a war that's happening, because ultimately we're not there, and there's nothing we can do, and we're not that politician. There's nothing I can do to affect him other than utilize a vote. So it's easiest to just focus on what we can control. Productive conversations and cool games that we all enjoy. Without the best attack setting, it would be an... Oh man. Okay, so this was something on Daggerfall that I noticed, where Daggerfall has a similar but also kind of different system from Morrowind. So in original Morrowind, attacks were directionally controlled. They still are, by the way. Power attacks in Oblivion and Skyrim are directionally controlled. You get a different kind of power attack depending on kind of what you're doing. Like if you're using a controller, like if I'm power attacking and I'm pulling down and hitting power attack, that's going to create a different power attack. However, in those games, because they're no longer dice roll combat, that always hits. It's just a flashy thing. Whereas in Morrowind and Daggerfall, it actually mattered. The kind of attack that you were using actually affected your effectiveness and the effectiveness of that attack on a particular enemy. So yeah, the best attack basically takes all the guesswork out of that. You no longer have to use a directional input on your movement keys with that attack in order to get the desired effect. You can just press attack and it will be good. I could go for some tasty sewer rat burgers right now. Dem squeaks, get me. Get me ever since Demolition Man. Demolition Man is an excellent movie, Razman. That was probably one of my favorite movies with Wesley Snipes. Definitely my favorite Sylvester Stallone movie. While I like Rocky, it's not my favorite. I kind of like the gratuitous action movie Sylvester Stallone. He is my favorite. Okay, so we've got Molag Mar here. So we'll head due west of Molag Mar. Make sure to save our game. We don't want to lose our progress here. Go. So I wonder if this is the Temple of Azura. I feel like she would be more of a Daedric ruin, though. Can I hit, please? This is, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this combat happening right now, this is Marksman 120 and Agility 100. When I hit, my god, do I hit. But do I always hit? No. And this is like mid-ish, like 3/4 game Morrowind. What about early career No, we do not talk about that Sly. I've never seen that Sly. I don't want to see that Sly. Please don't show me that Sly. Okay, where was that Dwemer ruin? Yeah, I know. Which is kind of blowing my mind that I can't find it. Let's see here. Because I feel like I encountered the Dwemer ruin. That was... Doesn't help that everything's rendering slowly, but... That is a mod I'm genuinely considering getting, is just like having the render horizon extended quite a bit. Believe me, you can't miss it. Well, seeing as how I can only see a few feet in front of me, he thinks I might miss it. Dead Silt Strider. No hole in his shell, so he was never ridden. Tragic. Love Silt Striders. I feel like the Dwemer Rune was farther up here. Your stamina being low is affecting how often you hit. Yeah. Yep. I am fully cognizant of that. I just don't feel like moving slowly, so I ignore it. It is my own fault, I understand. Okay, so let's head southbound from here. This is extremely difficult. I've always noticed there's a huge drop-off in weapon damage once you're below 50% durability. I don't think I am. I've been pretty good about keeping my weapons in good shape. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. I am actually in battle. Yeah, I think my stuff's in... Yeah. My stuff is in pretty good shape. Okay, let's head back up north. So roughly west of Molag Mar. Okay. Razman, is Sylvester Stallone one of your fave actors? Do you like Rocky movies and stuff? Sorry for the confusion to those of you in Twitch. Razman is on YouTube. I have tried to incorporate multi-chat into, like, the stream here, but I generally don't like the way it looks. And it doesn't exactly help you guys read what he's writing. So I have decided to keep it omitted from the stream. Okay, so we've got Molag Mar here. Alright, I gotta check something quickly. Okay. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the 4-hour mark. So, we're gonna save our game. And since ads are going to be dropping in about 6 minutes, I'm just going to wrap everything up before we get ads. So, ladies and gentlemen, our time in the game library has drawn to a close. I would like to give a very hearty thanks to everybody who dropped in to watch the stream today, be it on Twitch or on YouTube. The support today was absolutely immense. We crushed our daily sub goal on Twitch, and I am currently sitting, I'm actually looking now, we are currently sitting at 77 viewers on the YouTube live stream. That's insane. I'm just gonna say it as it is. That is absolutely wild that I have reached that point on a YouTube live stream. Nobody had ever watched prior, so thank you for everybody who liked the stream and provided feedback and has supported the content up to this point. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to continue supporting the channel, make sure that you are followed or subscribed on all platforms. So that is YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, and of course, Discord. Everything can be found linked on my YouTube and my Twitch channel. It's all very easy to find if you wish to do so. Likes on videos, sharing, all that stuff, it helps immeasurably. YouTube threw me in here after watching a bunch of content on autoplay. Seems like they like you. Today they do, Razman. Today they do. And I definitely hope that that is a continued theme, because I'm not here to create content for livelihood or money or anything like that. I want to create content for reach, because I want to give voice to the voiceless games. I want people to play these older titles and enjoy them for what they are. They're pieces of history. The games that you love today were inspired by these games. They're worth your time. They're worth getting played. And that's the whole reason my content exists, is to preserve that and prevent it from going into abandonment. So, again, concisely, thank you, and please, let's keep the ball rolling so that the channel can grow and we can reach more eyeballs. Yeah, that's really the biggest thing I can say there. So, unfortunately on YouTube, we don't have a raid mechanic for you guys. So what I'm going to do is, for Twitch, I'm going to be raiding out, and then on YouTube, unfortunately, the stream's just going to end. So for YouTube, goodbye everyone. It has been amazing having you. Be well. We will see you on the next one. And for Twitch, let's find one of our friends that we can show some love today. So we've got Squishy. We raided her a little while ago. That was a Tuesday raid there. So let's see who else we can give some love. I don't really have anyone else in my follows, and I really don't want to hand you off to some randos, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, like a lot of these I haven't watched their stream enough, if I'm honest. And yeah, here's Morrowind again with just a billion VTubers. That is frustrating. Alright, well, in lieu, we're just gonna give Squish some love again. She totally deserves it. She is an incredible streamer. She doesn't really play the RPG stuff that we play. She is currently playing a demo for a game called Dispatch. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the raid here. I gotta be quick, ads are gonna be dropping soon, so if you are not subscribed, there is your raid message. If you are subscribed, there is your raid message. And I typed the wrong thing. Okay, ads are dropping. Okay. Bye. Be well. I'll see you on the next one.